Good morning. Today is June 18th, 2025. This is an adjudicatory hearing before the Massachusetts Gaming Commission relative to the alleged noncompliance incidents of Category 3 Sports Wagering Operator BetMGM with Massachusetts General Law Chapter 23N, Section 3, and 205 CMR 247.011, 205 CMR 247.012A, 205 CMR 247.012E, 205 CMR 247.012I, and the Massachusetts Sports Wagering Catalog. My name is Jordan Maynard, and I serve as the chair of the commission. I'm joined today by my colleagues, Commissioners Eileen O'Brien, Brad Hill, Nikisha Skinner, and Paul Broder. The entire commission will preside over the hearing and decision of this matter. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with 205 CMR 101.01, Massachusetts General Law Chapter 30A, Sections 10 and 11, and 801 CMR 1.02, the Informal Fair Hearing Rules. This hearing is being conducted via remote collaboration technology. I will now explain the process that will govern this proceeding. First, a notice of hearing was provided to BetMGM in advance of today's hearing. It identified the alleged noncompliance incidents that will be the focus of the Commission's attention at this hearing and the relevant statutes and regulations. 2 pre-hearing conferences were also conducted. Pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 23N, Sections 4 and 16, and 205 CMR 232, the Commission may hold this adjudicatory hearing and at the conclusion of the hearing may decide to issue a civil administrative penalty, impose conditions on BetMGM's license, suspend BetMGM's license, revoke BetMGM's license, reprimand BetMGM, and or assess a fine upon BetMGM. I see that counsel is present here today on behalf of the parties. I ask that you please identify yourself and advise the commission as to whom you represent.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Councilor Kendi, we are feedback.
Is that me or Attorney Nozzle?
Is it me?
Is it me? It sounds like that resolved.
All right.
Well, good morning. Anyway, Nathaniel Kennedy on behalf of the IEB, also present today representing the IEB, Chief Enforcement Counsel Kathleen Kramer, and Director of the IEB Caitlin Monahan.
Thank you, Councilor.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the Commissioners. Jed Nozzle on behalf of BetMGM. I am joined by my co-counsel in this matter who has an appearance, Jeremy Coleman, Vice President and Deputy General Counsel of BetMGM. We also have Sarah Brennan, Vice President of Compliance. We have Alex Walder, Senior Manager of Trading Compliance. We have Gabe Muniz, Senior Engineer Manager from GLI. George Alber, Director of Sportsbook Technology at Entain. And Adriana Lojadizi, I hope I pronounced that correctly, outside counsel to Entain on behalf of Mr. Alber.
Thank you, Councilor. At the conclusion of my opening comments, this proceeding will commence with opening statements. Both the IEB and the licensee will be offered an opportunity to make a statement outlining the case they intend to present. Either party may decline to make an opening statement, or in the case of the licensee, defer until the beginning of its case. After opening statements, we will move to the presentation of the evidence in this matter. First, the IEB will be called upon to present its findings and described in its investigative reports and any other applicable evidence. Any commissioner may ask a question of any witness being presented at any point during or following the presentation. At the conclusion of the testimony of each witness, the licensee, through its counsel, will be afforded an opportunity to cross-examine the witness as to any matter addressed in the investigative reports, or to which he or she has testified. At the conclusion of the IEB's presentation, the licensee will be given an opportunity to present its case. The licensee may call any witnesses and present any other evidence it desires. At the conclusion of the direct testimony of each witness, counsel for the IEB will be provided an opportunity to conduct a cross-examination of the witness. As stated before, any commissioner may ask any question of any witness at any time during the examination or at the conclusion of the examinations. We will allow very limited redirect and recross of a witness if requested. Either party may raise any objection it desires at any time. However, the basis for those objections must be clearly stated for the record. Finally, at the conclusion of all the evidence, the IEB and licensee will each be provided an opportunity to make a closing statement, summing up their respective positions. Before we begin, I understand that there are pre-marked exhibits that have been prepared in advance of this hearing. Those exhibits are identified on the exhibit list that has been circulated to the parties. Will each party now confirm receipt of the exhibit list?
Yes, the IEB has received that exhibit list.
Yes.
All right. I will note for the record that Exhibit 48 will be the exhibit list for this proceeding. Are there any objections to Exhibits 1 through 48 being marked and entered into evidence?
No objection.
None.
Thank you, councilors. Those exhibits shall be admitted into evidence. In order to maintain a clean record, I ask that documents are referred to by exhibit number. At this point, I will ask if BetMGM would like to stipulate to the following reports authored by the IEB, and I will read those exhibit numbers aloud. Exhibit 43, which is the IEB's memorandum to the commission regarding unauthorized college player prop wagers dated January 26, 2024. Exhibit 44, which is the IEB's memorandum to the commission regarding unauthorized wagering on player penalty cards, soccer events dated February 7, 2024. Exhibit 45, which is the IEB's memorandum to the commission regarding unauthorized wagering on Belarusian athletic leagues dated July 25th, 2024. Exhibit 46, which is the IEB's memorandum to the commission regarding sports wagering noncompliance matters dated September 19th, 2024. I should have asked you at each one of those if you want to stipulate it, but if you're not going to, let me know. Are you stipulating those?
He's on mute.
Jed, you're on mute.
Sorry, thanks, Chair. We reviewed those with the IEB and the legal department, and we stipulate to those.
All right, so 43, 44, 45, and 46. All right. Thank you. If any party would like to have any additional documents entered into evidence during the course of the hearing, I would ask that they be properly introduced and marked. The commission anticipates that its inquiry at this proceeding will be limited to the matters addressed in the investigative reports and contained in the notice of hearing. In the event that a line of questioning conducted by the commission moves into an area that's not been included in the report or notice, but that is material to the final determination of this matter, the licensee may request a recess in the proceeding in order to review the issue. A proceeding of this nature necessarily requires the consideration of a wide variety of information that takes several forms. In this case, some of that information and documentation may include commercially sensitive information. The public discussion of such information may place an entity at a competitive disadvantage if such information were to be publicly discussed. For the commission to be able to execute its legal obligations effectively and diligently prior to making a final finding, it must be at liberty to fully inquire relative to any of these sensitive matters without compromising the individuals or entities involved. To do otherwise would be, at a minimum, unfair and potentially unlawful. Accordingly, my colleagues and I may elect to exercise the discretion afforded in accordance with 205 CMR 101.01, paragraph 7, to close this proceeding to the public to fully address certain matters. Under this same regulatory section, BetMGM or the IEB may request that portions of this hearing be closed to the public as well, and any such request will be considered in turn. I will also state that no final decision will be made at the conclusion of the public portion of the hearing. At the conclusion of this proceeding, the commission will privately deliberate and ultimately issue a written decision. If at any point during the commission's deliberations it determines that additional testimonial or documentary evidence is desired, it reserves the right to ask for such evidence prior to a final decision being made. We will now swear all the witnesses in. Anyone who will be testifying at this proceeding, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will provide before the commission at this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. For the record, I will say that all responded in the affirmative. Before we begin, does BetMGM have any preliminary issues or objections?
Thank you, Commissioner. Just one housekeeping matter, and it goes to the discussion you had on confidential information. We understand the process for that. We've structured our presentation that we do not think we will need to go into a confidential or a closed session, I should say, for purposes of our direct case. Where issues regarding sensitive or commercially sensitive information and proprietary information may come up are probably around the exhibits. We've let the IEB and the legal department know of those exhibits that we think may raise those concerns. Again, our case, our direct case, I don't expect that will be an issue. And obviously, if there are specific questions that the commission may have as to a specific exhibit, that's when I think we may need to address a closed session. So I just flagged that for purposes of the flow of the presentation today.
I know that Mr. does have a list of that. So if attorneys, if you'll just keep me in the loop and make your request, we'll consider those requests in turn, Mr. Nozel.
Sure.
All right. With that, I ask the IEB to make its opening statement if it desires to do so. Counselor?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just had one matter that I needed to address before my opening. I noted that with the exhibit list, the IEB's investigative report is not listed there. That BetMGM has also stipulated to the IEB's investigative report. So I don't know if we want to mark that as an independent exhibit. It has obviously been previously circulated to all the parties, commissioners. Attorney Nozel, what would you like to do with that?
Let's just mark it. Yeah, I assumed that is actually part of the exhibit list. So there's no issue, and we have stipulated to that report. So.
All right. Counselor Stembeck, are we good at marking that?
Yeah, we can simply mark that. I think we're on to that'd be exhibit 49. So just that the parties will note that for the record, and we'll keep track of it.
All right, we'll call it number 49, and I want to note on the record that both have stipulated to that, both parties.
Thank you.
Anything else, Counselor Kennedy, before you move forward?
No, thank you.
All right. With that, I'll ask you to make your opening statement if you desire to do so.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Nathaniel Kennedy on behalf of the IEB. We're here today asking the Commission to find that temporary Category 3 Sports Wagering Operator BetMGM violated Massachusetts general laws and Code of Massachusetts regulations, along with the Massachusetts Sports Wagering Catalog, by allowing a series of impermissible or prohibited wagers to be offered on their sports wagering platform, beginning in March 2023 until July 2024. In total, 6 separate non-compliance events occurred, which resulted in the violations we're here asking you to find today. As you may recall, the Commission was individually presented with these non-compliance matters on various dates throughout 2024, seeking guidance on next steps. Eventually, on October 2nd, 2024, all of these matters were joined into one adjudicatory hearing, which we're here today. The evidence that we will present today through the testimony of civilian investigator Kevin Murphy, the previously marked exhibits, and information submitted in the IEB's report on investigation, which, as we stated, was stipulated to by BetMGM, will demonstrate that beginning in December 2023, the Massachusetts Gaming Commission identified impermissible college player proposition wagers, which were being offered on BetMGM's sports wagering platform. Those wagers were violations of Mass General Law, Chapter 23N, Section 3, as well as 205 Code of Massachusetts Regulations, 205 CMR 247.01.2a. Those, as you stated at the beginning of the hearing, you listed out all of the potential chapters and sections of the statute and regulations. I'll reiterate them during my opening here. Also in December 2023, BetMGM, in reviewing their digital offerings for soccer markets, which was prompted by an email from the then director of sports wagering here at MGC, identified wagering had been offered on their platform for soccer player penalties, which also is a violation of Mass General Law Chapter 23N and 205 CMR 247.012E. An internal investigation at BetMGM ensued in response to discovering those impermissible wagers having been offered. You'll hear that they discovered the root cause of these first two impermissible offerings was a previously unknown configuration on the BetMGM website. It was required to be enabled in order for BetMGM's website to accept the prohibitions on certain markets and products which were provided by a third-party vendor. Specifically, their same-game parlay product, which was provided by a third-party vendor, Sportcast. You'll hear an overview of the compliance structure at BetMGM and how each department executes on their responsibilities to ensure compliance with Massachusetts jurisdictional guidance. This information, we believe, will help to inform your understanding of the root cause I just mentioned. Upon discovering the prohibited college player props and the soccer penalty card markets having been offered, BetMGM undertook a more extensive investigation of their historical digital offerings, as well as hiring Gaming Labs International to conduct an audit of their compliance procedures and protocols, to review also historical offerings and determine what, if any, non-compliant or prohibited wagers had been offered at the start of sports wagering in Massachusetts in March of 2023. You'll hear testimony that BetMGM discovered that indeed they had been offering prohibited markets on their platform, including wagers on Belarusian leagues and teams in violation of 205 CMR 247.011, 247.012I, and the Massachusetts Sports Wagering Catalog. They'd also offered player proposition wagers on the Men's National Invitational Basketball Tournament in violation of Mass General Law Chapter 23N, Section 3, and 205 CMR 247.012A. They'd also offered player proposition wagers on a women's NCAA basketball matches in violation of Mass General Law 23N, Section 3, and 205 CMR 247.012A. And finally, through BetMGM's own internal review that they were conducting simultaneous with the GLI audit, they discovered wagers had been offered on their platform for Glory Kickboxing in violation of Massachusetts Code of Regulations 205 CMR 247.011, 205 CMR 247.012I, as well as the Sports Wagering Catalog. The IAB's intention today is to demonstrate that these violations occurred, the scope of the violation, the root cause of the violation, and what steps that MGM took in response to the discovery, aiming to assist the Commission to determine any discipline or further remediation that may be necessary. I understand at the conclusion of the IAB's presentation that BetMGM intends to present witnesses who have a deeper, more technical understanding of these violations. I'd also note that BetMGM has been responsive and transparent through every step of the inquiry. They provided investigators with all of the requested materials needed to conduct this inquiry. And with that, I yield to the Commission or to Attorney Nozel for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Councilor Kennedy. I'll now ask Dr. Z to make his opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to turn it over to Attorney Coleman to present a brief opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, members of the Investigation and Enforcement Bureau, and Commission staff. My name is Jeremy Coleman, and I serve as Vice President and Deputy General Counsel at BetMGM. On behalf of BetMGM, I would like to begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to the Commission for your time and thoughtful consideration today. We are also grateful to the IEB and Commission staff for their collaboration and diligence in working with our team as we identified and investigated the 6 trading incidents that bring us here. Before addressing these incidents, I'd like to provide a brief overview of BetMGM's culture of compliance. At BetMGM, we regard compliance as a core value and a collective responsibility, one that extends beyond regulatory expectations and is owned by every function and department within BetMGM. From senior leadership to new hires, every team member is expected to understand and uphold our compliance standards. All BetMGM employees, regardless of title, are required to complete mandatory annual compliance trainings. Operating in 30 jurisdictions across the United States and Canada, BetMGM employs over 90 legal and compliance professionals who support our commitment to integrity and to regulatory excellence. We meet quarterly with our independent compliance committee, which plays a critical advisory role, offering strategic guidance on ongoing compliance matters and identifying opportunities for continuous improvement to ensure we uphold the highest standards of regulatory integrity. This morning, in addition to hearing from the IEB, you will hear from BetMGM regarding the 6 trading incidents currently before you. Representing BetMGM are myself and our outside counsel, Jed Nozel. You will also hear today from BetMGM's Vice President of Compliance, Sarah Brennan. Ms. Brennan will provide an overview of BetMGM's compliance structure, our joint venture, and the relationship with our parent companies, MGM Resorts International and Entain PLC. She will also speak to our approach to entering new markets, our incident reporting protocols, the remedial measures we have implemented, and how we are working with our technology partners to strengthen our systems and processes. You will then hear from BetMGM's Senior Manager of Trading Compliance, Alex Walder. Mr. Walder will offer an overview of BetMGM's trading compliance operations, including our blacklisting procedures and how we monitor and manage trading activity to ensure regulatory compliance. Mr. Walder will also walk you through each of the 6 trading incidents individually, detailing the root causes, the details and findings of our internal investigations, and the corrective action and remedial measures BetMGM adopted in each case. Finally, you will hear from Gabe Muniz, Engineering Manager at Gaming Laboratories International. Following the discovery of 2 of these trading incidents, BetMGM proactively initiated a comprehensive audit of its trading compliance program, including a full review of all wagers placed in Massachusetts since launch, totaling over 23 million bets. Mr. Muniz will outline the scope of this audit and share GLI's findings. Notably, 4 of the 6 trading incidents under review today were identified through this extensive retrospective analysis conducted by GLI and BetMGM. This effort reflects our commitment to transparency, accountability, and to continuous improvement in our compliance practices. In presenting our case today, our goal is not to excuse the mistakes that were made, but to take full responsibility for them. You will hear how BetMGM has taken meaningful corrective action, updating internal procedures to address identified gaps, implementing ongoing technological enhancements to reduce manual errors, and ensuring that these root causes of these incidents has not recurred. BetMGM approaches all compliance matters with the utmost seriousness, dedicating significant time and resources to identifying, addressing, and preventing issues. Our commitment to continuous improvement is central to how we operate and uphold regulatory integrity. I thank you again for your time and attention this morning.
Thank you, Counselor. With that, I'm now going to ask the IEB to move forward with their presentation of evidence and call any witnesses it intends to call.
Thank you. At this point, the IEB calls Kevin Murphy.
Good morning, sir. Kevin Murphy.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the Commission and the parties?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Murphy. I am a civilian investigator for the Mass Gaming Commission assigned to the Investigations and Enforcement Bureau.
And sir, what are your duties and responsibilities as a civilian investigator for the IEB?
I assist with investigations of Category 3 sports wagering operator, vendor, and registrants. I also assist the IEB in compliance and non-compliance investigations.
And what did you do before you were a civilian investigator?
I was a sworn member of the Massachusetts State Police for 26 years. My assignments there included Middlesex District Attorney's Office, the Homicide Unit for about 8 years. I transferred to the State Police Unit assigned to the Investigations and Enforcement Bureau of the Mass Gaming Commission for approximately 5 years. And I ended my career with the State Police at the rank of Detective Lieutenant assigned to the Internal Affairs Division. I retired in July of 2022 and was hired by the MGC in September of that year.
Thank you. You were assigned to assist the IEB in an investigation into certain non-compliance events that occurred with Sports Wagering Operator BetMGM. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. Do you recall when you were assigned to begin assisting the IEB?
It was February of 2024.
All right. And if you could just explain briefly what role you took in the investigation of these non-compliance matters.
I assisted in gathering and reviewing information and assisted yourself with interviews.
All right. And were you a part of an investigative team here at the IEB?
Yes.
Who made up or who did that investigative team consist of?
Consisted of Chief Enforcement Counsel Kathleen Kramer, Enforcement Counsel Nate Kennedy, and myself.
Thank you. Is it fair to say that at the outset of this investigation, you were primarily tasked with these two non-compliance matters, dealing with an unauthorized college football player props and unauthorized wagers offered on soccer player penalty cards? Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Ultimately, you ended up assisting the IEB in a total of 6 non-compliance matters out of BetMGM. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's the two that you just mentioned, the college football player props, the soccer penalty cards, in addition to the Belarusian wagering, the NC men's invitational basketball tournament, the NCAA women's basketball player props, and blurry kickboxing.
All right. And if you could just briefly take us through some of the investigative steps you and the investigative team took to conduct your investigation into these non-compliance matters.
Sure. We conducted interviews of Chief Compliance Officer Ray Looney, interviews of, at the time, Senior Director of Trading Compliance, Sarah Brennan, Senior Manager of Trading Compliance, Alex Walder, as well as George Albera, who's the Entain Director of Sportsbook Technology, Gabe Muniz, GLI Engineer and Manager, and Tom Nugent, who's a GLI and test engineer. We communicated regularly with the BetMGM counsel, Joseph Caputi, as well.
Thank you. Was there more to that? No.
Well, it just in addition to the interviews, we collected a lot of information from communications between BetMGM and their employees, between BetMGM and Entain, as well as communications between BetMGM and the MGC. These supporting documents we reviewed, as well as internal BetMGM compliance guidance and procedures, including their sports activation grid. And then we reviewed the GLI audit materials.
I'm going to you mentioned some of the materials that you reviewed. Those have all been incorporated as exhibits for this hearing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Just briefly, you mentioned internal communications between BetMGM employees and BetMGM and Entain, also communications between MGC and BetMGM. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Those internal communications between BetMGM employees, BetMGM, and Entain, those are listed as exhibits 8 through 12. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. Communications between MGC and BetMGM, are those included as exhibits 2, 3, 6, 22, 23, 35, 41, and 42?
Correct.
All right. The BetMGM investigative reports that were reviewed, those are exhibits 5, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 22. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You mentioned that GLI conducted an audit. Those audit materials, are those in exhibit 19, 20, 38, and 39?
Yes.
All right. And then you said you interviewed a number of BetMGM's employees. Is that right?
Yes, we did.
Or you participated in those interviews?
Correct.
Specifically, Sarah Brennan and Alex Walder, they were subject to a number of recorded interviews. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And are those recorded interviews included as exhibits 24, 25, and 26 for Ms. Brennan?
Correct.
And for Mr. Walder, exhibits 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33?
Yes.
Right. And then lastly, you participated in an interview with George Albera of Entain. Is that right?
Yes.
And that interview was recorded and is included as exhibit 27, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. If you could just characterize throughout the investigation, how was BetMGM in terms of responsiveness and cooperation?
Everyone we dealt with that regarding this investigation was very cooperative, very responsive, as well as patient with us in learning how these non-compliance matters happened.
Thank you. With that, we'll turn to the first non-compliance matter, the college football player proposition wagers that you assisted in investigating. Beginning with this first non-compliance matter, did you learn over the course of the investigation a timeline of when BetMGM and the Mass Gaming Commission discovered this event?
Yes, it was discovered in December of 2023.
Okay. And beginning in December of 2023, could you describe for the commission what circumstances brought this matter to the attention of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission?
It was a couple days later, on the 26th of 2023, that MGC's Sports Wagering Compliance and Operations Manager, Andrew Steffen, contacted BetMGM Senior Compliance Analyst, Nico Redelick, who informed him that Mass Gaming Commission Sports Wagering Division had discovered that BetMGM was offering unauthorized player prop wagers as part of their same game parlay product.
And what, if anything, did BetMGM do in response to receiving that notification from Andrew Steffen?
Trading Compliance informed BetMGM trading support of the improper market and requested that it be removed. BetMGM reviewed all of their digital offerings of college football and determined that they had in fact been offering college player profile wages since the beginning of college football season in August of 2023.
Okay. You said that BetMGM asked their trading support team to stop the wager or prevent it from, or removing it from their platform. Is that right?
Yes, correct. They actually issued a manual override of the offering and turned the market off.
Okay, so at that point, did they understand what the reason was why that college player props had been allowed on their platform?
No, not at that point.
All right, but you said that they were able to issue a manual override and prevent that market from continuing. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. Now, upon conducting a review of their college football player proposition wagers that MGM alerted them to, what did BetMGM discover was the scope of that unapproved market, those wagers?
They had discovered that they offered wages on the college football player props through their same game parlay product from August 25th of 2023 through December 27th of 2023, which is basically that whole football season. There was a total of 15,482 player prop wagers placed on the NCAA college football, and the total handle on that was $294,631.74.
And these college player prop wagers are a violation of Massachusetts general law and our code of regulations. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We'll get back to the explanation of the cause of this in a moment, but let's go into that second group of wagers that you mentioned before, the soccer penalty card market. Were you describe for us actually the circumstances surrounding how BetMGM became aware of these wagers being offered on their platform?
Sure. It was December 11th, 2023, that the Major League Soccer Chief Legal Officer emailed Bruce Band requesting that all sports wagering on soccer penalty cards be prohibited. So it was a few days later, on the 15th, December 15th, 2023, Bruce Band emailed all sports wagering operators to cease offering on officiating related wagers, including yellow and red cards in soccer.
And at this point, no one had identified if any operator had been offering them. It was just Bruce Band's attempt to notify all operators, if you are, please stop, correct?
Correct.
All right. What did BetMGM do, in response to receiving this email from then Sports Wagering Director Bruce Band?
It was Senior Director of Compliance at the time, Sarah Brennan, that acknowledged receipt of the email and indicated that it would be actioned. So she forwarded that email to BetMGM senior compliance analyst, Nico Redelic, for him to confirm whether BetMGM was in compliance with this prohibition.
And now, we had mentioned some time ago that the communications between BetMGM, the internal communications, have all been included in exhibits provided that we mentioned previously, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that communication from Major League Soccer to the Mass Gaming Commission, and then an email from Bruce Band to operators, that's all included in those exhibits, correct, that I previously mentioned?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So you said that Sarah Brennan emailed Nico indicating check on this. What did BetMGM discover when they checked to see if they had been offering soccer penalty card markets on their platform?
They learned that they had in fact been offering soccer penalty card market again through their same game parlay product since sports wagering launched in Massachusetts on March 10th of 2023.
And what did they do in response to finding out they had in fact been offering the wagers?
Well, similar to the college player prop circumstances with the football, MGM was able to initiate a manual override of that market, despite at that point they still didn't know what the root cause of the unauthorized or prohibited wager from being offered to market was.
Okay, so without knowing the root cause, they were still able to understand what the scope or the scope of these wagers were, correct?
Correct.
All right, and what was it that they discovered, the length of time and the scope of the wagering?
This was a wider period of time. It was from March 10th, the start of sports wagering in Mass, through December 17th of 2023, where 2,564 wagers were placed on soccer penalty cards for a total stake of $42,690.95.
So all of this had happened in December of 2023, correct? That the discovery of these wagers occurred.
Yes.
All right. BetMGM, as you mentioned before, undertook an investigation into figuring out why these wagers had been offered. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And was BetMGM able to identify that in that time period of late December 2023, early January 2024, how they had permitted these wagers to be offered on their platform?
Yes.
All right. Now, generally, understanding that other witnesses called by BetMGM may get into more technical or detailed explanation of this root cause, but could you explain generally for the commission, what did they discover was the root cause for these wagers to be offered?
So BetMGM uses a company called Entain as their technical provider. They're responsible for calibrating BetMGM's betting platform. So BetMGM discovered that there was a setting on the platform that must be ticked or enabled. They use the word ticked to prevent certain prohibited markets from being available on their website for wagering. So BetMGM was unaware that this setting existed, and Entain was unaware that they needed to inform BetMGM of this feature. So although college football player props and soccer penalty cards were marked as prohibited in BetMGM's system, this failure to enable the settings resulted in the prohibited markets flowing through to customers to place wagers on.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you a few other details about that. You said that Entain engineers did not communicate to BetMGM that there was this setting that needed to be enabled. Is that right?
That's right.
Why did they not describe or let BetMGM know that this setting needed to be enabled?
Entain, they didn't know that trading support didn't know that needed to be enabled, if you can follow that.
So fair to say, Entain engineers didn't know that BetMGM didn't know that this setting existed. Is that right?
That's right.
So we'll get into this a moment, but BetMGM support, you're saying, didn't communicate to the people responsible for enabling that setting that setting needed to be done because they didn't know that setting existed. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay. So with that, let's step back for a second and talk about how BetMGM's, what you learned about BetMGM's compliance framework, how they're structured, and how each department communicates compliance information to other departments. Specifically, take us from the top. How does BetMGM receive guidance on what needs to be prohibited or what is permissible in any specific jurisdiction?
So my understanding is that the Mass Gaming Commission has a sports catalog as well as statutory and regulatory guidelines for operators to follow. So BetMGM's trading compliance takes this information and imports it into a document that they have as called a sports activation grid. This sports activation grid is then shared with BetMGM's trading support, which communicates all the permitted and restricted markets for each jurisdiction that BetMGM operates in.
Okay. So who's responsible for creating and inputting information at BetMGM into that sports activation grid or that guidance document?
Trading compliance imports it into the sport activation grid, which goes to trading support.
Okay. And what individuals, or explain to us a little bit about the structure or the reporting structure of that trading compliance team. Who is it?
So at the top, you have Ray Looney, who's the chief compliance officer. Below her would be Sarah Brennan, at the time was the senior director of compliance, who then you have Alex Walder, who reports to Sarah Brennan. Alex is the senior manager of compliance and has about 10 employees under him.
Okay. So as of March 2023, the BetMGM trading compliance team existed approximately 12 members, including Ray Looney and Sarah Brennan.
Yes, sir.
All right. And some of those employees that's reported to Alex Walder, the trading compliance team, certain individuals on that trading compliance team are assigned to specific jurisdictions, right? So that Massachusetts had specific individuals in the trading compliance team assigned to the guidance from Massachusetts. Is that right?
Yes, I think those two analysts, if I have it correct, Andrew Smith and Tyler Alcott were the analysts assigned to Massachusetts.
Okay. And was Nico Radilek also someone who assisted in that process?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the sports activation grid, a document that provides guidance to all of BetMGM on prohibited and permissible markets. Is that right?
Yes.
And now that document covers all jurisdictions, correct?
Correct.
And we've included that as Exhibit 17 here today?
Yes.
All right. Now you understand that specific exhibit had previously been flagged or discussed with BetMGM's counsel as an item that we would need to potentially discuss outside of the public forum. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So why don't we hold off on that until we get to a point where we may be discussing more. Attorney Nozzle, actually, are you on the? There you are. Sorry.
Sure. I think there could be probably general questions about this, Nate. I think our main concern, and Jeremy Coleman can confirm this, is actually showing the product or getting into sort of the internal aspects of how I think it's certainly created and anything sort of proprietary about it. So I'm not sure what your questions are, but you may want to ask them, and we can do this question by question, or happy to do a closed session at some point.
Okay. Were you intending to display the sports activation grid during your presentation?
Yes, actually, Mr. Walder is going to go through the sports activation grid and that process and how it's used, if to the extent that that's helpful.
Then I'll hold off and just ask general question. Thank you.
Okay.
So you indicated that the sports activation grid, Mr. Murphy, basically incorporates all of the guidance information from BetMGM, and then that's communicated to other teams who are responsible for actually manipulating the BetMGM platform. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Sorry, just one moment. All right. And could you describe the sports activation grid? You don't have to get into too much detail, but just describe like what kind of a document this is and what kind of information is contained in it.
It's a large Excel spreadsheet that communicates BetMGM teams, either a yes, no, whether a market, league, or team or event is permitted in every sport. A no communicates that others that communicates to others that the item might be blacklisted. Blacklistings prohibits a market from being offered to a specific jurisdiction. So that sport activation grid gives that guidance of what's allowed and what's prohibited.
Okay. So obviously, as we just mentioned, we'll see that shortly. But essentially, you said that it has a yes or no on whether a market is prohibited or allowed in a specific jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
And BetMGM refers to the no's as blacklisted event or sport or league, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Who gets access to the sports activation grid?
Well, Trading Compliance provides the sports activation grid to their teams that are responsible for the physical blacklisting on MGM's trading platform, specifically the information that flows from Trading Compliance to trading support.
Does BetMGM also refer to trading support as sportsbook operations?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what does sportsbook operations or trading support do with that information?
Trading support communicated that information about the blacklisted markets to Sportcast, and Sportcast is a third-party vendor that provides BetMGM with their same game parlay product.
Okay. You mentioned Sportcast is a third-party vendor that BetMGM uses.
Yes.
All right. Could you explain a little bit more what you learned about who Sportcast is to BetMGM and what they do?
Sure. Sportcast offered BetMGM their same game parlay product, which means they set the odds and pricing for the markets of a same game parlay wager. A same game parlay wager allows a patron to place multiple bets for one event in one large wager.
Okay. And was Sportcast informed of the blacklisted markets that BetMGM had indicated on their sports activation grid?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Specifically, was Sportcast notified that NCAA college football player prop wagers and soccer penalty card market wagers are prohibited in Massachusetts?
Yes.
All right. And what, if anything, did Sportcast do with that information? Did they blacklist those items in their product?
Well, that's where the communication, I guess, that Alex Waldo will probably touch on. It flowed right through to open market, and it shouldn't have.
Okay, but did Sportcast do what they needed to do to ensure that the markets were blacklisted with their product?
Yes, they did.
Okay, so you said that the information then flowed to BetMGM, back to BetMGM's platform, directly to the platform, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to do that one more time to make sure it's clear. Sportsbook operations communicated the blacklisted markets to Sportcast, correct?
Yes, correct.
Sportcast, in offering their product, the same game parlay product, back to BetMGM, did blacklist or mark those those markets in Massachusetts as blacklisted, correct?
Yes.
And then the information flowed back to BetMGM's website, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, what happened there that caused the blacklisted markets to nonetheless still appear on BetMGM's trading platform?
The parameters were not set up to accept the blacklist. So, kind of reiterating what we were saying, that Entain engineers, even though they knew that existed, they didn't know that the trading support didn't know that it should not, that the parameters need to be set. So that's how it flowed through without the correct parameters being enforced.
Okay, so Entain's engineers would have been responsible for enabling that setting, correct?
Yes.
And they were not told to do that, right?
Right.
And back to that same explanation you gave earlier, they did not know to enable that setting because no one told them, because no one knew they needed to know.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Was there anything done to check to see if these markets, specifically the NCAA college football and the soccer penalty card markets, were available on BetMGM's site?
Yes. BetMGM performed a beta test, which basically places fake wagers to see if unauthorized markets are being offered.
Okay. Could you give us a little more information on what a beta test is?
So that it's a test that runs simultaneously when a sport is live, and if there's unauthorized wagers going through, the test will pick that up. However, on the football player props, it was done in the off season of football, so the beta test never caught the unauthorized wagers.
And what about the soccer penalty cards?
That was the beta test performed correctly on that. It picked up the improper market on that, and the sport wagers, the beta test was proven to be useful in that bet.
So you said that the beta test allows BetMGM to essentially see what wagers can be excuse me. Sorry. The beta test site allows BetMGM to test to see what wagers are available on their platform, correct?
Correct.
So they can place like a fake bet to test to see if something would be available in a certain jurisdiction?
Right.
All right. So you said that the college football player props, those were not captured in the beta test, correct?
Football was not, soccer was captured.
Okay. And you said that it was because football was not in season when they conducted the beta test, right?
Right.
So they'd be testing their live site of markets that are available or in season, right?
Yes.
All right. So college football wouldn't have been available when they were testing.
Right.
All right. But you said that the soccer penalty card was picked up by the beta test.
That's correct.
Okay. So if they saw that their wagers were being offered, impermissible wagers, in contravention to the Massachusetts prohibition, what did they do to check to see why that was happening?
They went back and checked to make sure the parameters were set correctly, which showed that it was. So the blacklist item was there, that Sportcast had done, but they never went back to recheck that it was that soccer market was not able to be have wagers placed on it. So having not done the second check, they didn't realize that the same issue was still happening, that market was still flowing to the open market. So
they confirmed with Sportcast that Sportcast had enabled the blacklisting of soccer penalty cards, right?
Yes.
And that communication between BetMGM and Sportcast, that's incorporated in the communications that have previously been mentioned as exhibits 8 through 12, right?
Right.
Okay. So they confirmed with Sportcast. Sportcast had done that, right?
They had, yes.
And by that, I mean had blacklisted the market.
Right.
Okay. But they didn't do a double check to see that it was still being offered?
Correct.
Okay. And so that was before they were able to discover the N10 engineer setting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me. Were they doing any other audits or periodic checks of their platform at this time to see if there were any unauthorized or prohibited markets being offered?
No, BetMGM wasn't conducting audits with any regularity, if at all.
Okay. So what did BetMGM do to essentially rectify the situation once they discovered that this setting existed on the N10 engineer side?
Well, they removed the blacklisting requirements by Sportcast. They reduced the number of markets that Sportcast provided and moved many of the same game parlay products internally. They had GLI conduct an audit, and the trading compliance added an enhanced function to their team of performing independent audits of markets by the trading analyst, as well as hiring an additional analyst as a secondary reviewer of the offered markets.
Okay, and when you say that they removed the blacklisting requirement for Sportcast, you mean that they removed the requirement that N10 engineers enable this setting to accept Sportcast blacklisting?
Yes.
Okay, so that setting no longer exists on BetMGM's platform, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You said that they reduced the number of markets that Sportcast even provides at this point, correct?
Yes.
All right. You talked a little bit about the GLI audit. So they hired GLI to conduct an audit. They asked GLI to do two things. What did they ask GLI to do?
They wanted GLI to look at their compliance procedures and to do a historical look back on wagers in Massachusetts from the launch of March 10th, 2023.
So they had a twofold audit occurring, essentially?
Yes.
All right. So you said first that they asked GLI to conduct an audit of their procedures, right?
Yes, correct.
All right. And all of BetMGM's procedures that they provided to GLI for auditing are included as Exhibit 19, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. What, if anything, did GLI find in their audit of BetMGM's compliance procedures?
GLI concluded that there was no evidence of any gaps in their procedures.
All right. So GLI finds that there's no gaps in their compliance procedures, but we've got these ongoing non-compliance issues. How, in your conversations with GLI, were they able to reconcile those two things?
Yes, GLI said that BetMGM's policies and protocols met the industry and Massachusetts standards. However, adherence to these policies could not be evaluated. They could not say if they followed them or not.
Okay, so they basically said BetMGM's policies are standard, but the GLI couldn't confirm that there was adherence to those, correct?
Correct.
All right, and BetMGM did not have, as you said before, a specific required cadence of audits back at the time of these first two non-compliance events, correct?
Yes, no regular audits at all.
Okay. Now, you said that GLI also looked back on the historical offerings of BetMGM, all of the wagers they'd offered since sports wagering began in Massachusetts. What did GLI discover when they looked back at all the historical wagers?
They found some other non-compliance issues, beginning with in June of 2024, the Belarusian wagers. Okay.
So the first two wagers, non-compliance events that we just discussed, those were reported back to us, to MGC in December, January timeframe of 2023, 2024, correct?
Correct.
So now you've got GLI's audit. They come in, they start auditing historical wagers. And sometime in the spring, you said June 2024, we learned that Belarus wagers had been offered, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the Belarus wagers, those are violations of Code of Massachusetts regulations, as well as the Massachusetts Sports Wagering Catalog, specific prohibition on Belarusian on wagers being placed on Belarusian leagues, sports, and events. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What did BetMGM report to the MGC was the scope of the amount of wagers placed on different Belarusian sports, leagues, and events?
The Belarusian wagers happened between March 10th, when Mass Gaming allowed sports wagering, so March 10th of 2023 through June 11th of 2024, for a total number of wagers of 2,221, totaling $22,324.14.
All right. And did BetMGM discover why these wagers had been allowed on their platform since the launch of sports wagering in Massachusetts?
Yes, they determined that a compliance employee had incorrectly ticked yes instead of no on the sports activation grid.
All right. So this was a different root cause than those first two violations we just talked about, right?
Yes, it was.
All right. But again, the sports activation tracker, the guidance document that BetMGM uses, there was an error in that, right?
Yes.
All right. And in your conversations with BetMGM, in interviews conducted with Alex Walder and Sarah Brennan, did you learn whether BetMGM had understood the prohibition on Belarusian wagers?
Yes, they did.
Okay. So despite understanding that Massachusetts prohibited those wagers, someone in entering the guidance, yes or no, on that sports activation grid marked it wrong. Is that right?
Yes, just a human error, a mistake that was not, there was no secondary check on it.
So at the time, there was no BetMGM policy reviewing traders marking yes or no on the sports activation grid?
That's correct.
All right. And why wasn't there some explicit review process or audit process going on at BetMGM during this time frame? Did they elaborate on that?
My understanding is that just the remediation that they didn't have in place is now that they've instituted a second team member to review the sports activation grid, so this doesn't happen again.
Okay, and with the first two violations and now this third violation that they discovered, as you mentioned, there wasn't an ongoing audit process. What were they relying on for ensuring prohibited markets didn't make it to their platform?
They were relying on their pre-launch setup, audits, and blacklistings that would prevent any unapproved markets from being offered.
Okay. So they basically put a lot of weight into their pre-launch, their sports activation grid calibrations. Like they were relying on that to prevent these markets, these non-compliance events, right?
Right.
Okay. So once BetMGM learned that now these Belarusian wagers were being offered, what did they do in response?
They instituted that secondary team member to review that sports activation grid so that there's a second set of eyes on it.
Okay. And they all obviously took the market down, right? Or prohibited Belarusian markets.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just one moment. So their remediation, they instituted a secondary check, took the market down, and do they also begin their own internal review? Did they also begin their own internal review of their offered wagers historically?
Yes, simultaneously with the GLI audit. Yes.
Okay. We'll get back to that in a moment, but did GLI also identify two additional non-compliance events or wagers that had been offered in violation of Massachusetts general laws and code of regulations?
Yes, they did.
All right. And what were those events, if you could describe them for us? First, give us the first one.
The first one was the men's basketball NCAA National Invitational Tournament that allowed player props.
And when was this reported to the Mass Gaming Commission?
It was found on September 17th, 2024.
Was it reported to the MGC on September 17th?
It wasn't reported, let's see, till March 28th. I'm sorry. Yeah, you got it right. It was reported, found on September 17th, 2024, of 13 wagers that were accepted back on a March 28th, 23 game for a total stake of $469.10.
Got it. Just for clarity purposes, you said this September of 2024, these men's NCAA National Invitational Tournament wagers were reported to MGC.
Correct.
Okay. And you said that what was the total number of wagers that were offered?
It was 13 wagers for a total of $469.10.
All right. And those 13 wagers were of a parlay type offering, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was BetMGM able to determine why those wagers had been offered on their platform?
Yes, it was a technical error where it was improperly configured as a professional basketball tournament. It was not in season at the time for beta testing, so that it wasn't found. So it was, as I said, it was marked as a professional tournament instead of a college NCAA tournament.
Do you know who had marked it as a professional tournament versus a college tournament?
I don't know.
All right, directing your attention to page 20 of the IEB's report on investigation. Directing your attention to paragraph 2, beginning after the second exhibit 15. You just review that sentence and then look up when you're done.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner.
could we please have Attorney Kennedy read the reference?
I'm sorry?
Councilor Kennedy, can you repeat your last statement?
Sure. Directing the witness's attention to page 20 of the report. And it's the sentence beginning since the NIT. It's the second paragraph. All right. Mr. Murphy, have you looked at that sentence? Does that refresh your recollection of who was responsible for setting this as a professional event versus a college event?
Yes, sir. It was Entain, and they had this in place since 2019, so that when BetMGM came in later in March of 2023, this professional setting was already in place, and it was not changed to be a college basketball tournament.
All right. And had it been marked as a college basketball tournament versus a professional tournament, it would have captured that as prohibited, correct?
Correct.
All right. Their platform would have captured it as prohibited.
Correct.
All right. So the player proposition wagers on the NCAA National Invitational Tournament was allowed to market because it had not been flagged as a college tournament, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that occurred, as you said, in 2019. They created that market in 2019, or at least Entain created that market in 2019?
Yes.
And that was before the relationship with BetMGM started, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
I'm just going to ask you a quick question. Are you familiar with what the relationship is between Entain and BetMGM? You mentioned before that Entain is responsible for providing technical support for BetMGM. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
All right. And do you know what mechanism that they have as a relationship between the two of them?
My understanding is that they do the calibration of the wagering in their platform.
All right. Is Entain and BetMGM, they're engaged in a joint venture together, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right, but they're two separate companies?
Two separate companies.
All right, and they became involved with each other in order for Entain to support BetMGM's platform when sports wagering launched, where sports wagering began in the United States, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. So that market was created before BetMGM became involved.
Right.
Notwithstanding that, they still did not check to make sure that everything had been marked appropriately so that all college player props were not allowed to get to their website, their platform, correct?
Correct.
All right. Can you back to what they did in response, what BetMGM did in response to learning that this particular market was live on their platform and that it had been marked once they discovered the root cause? What did they do to fix the problem?
That national invitational tournament was deleted, and then they created a new one under the correct NCAA designation.
Okay. Now, the GLI audit also revealed another impermissible market that had been offered, correct?
Yes, that was NCAA women's basketball player props.
Right. And this was reported to MGC at the same time as the National Invitational Tournament player props, correct?
Yes, on September 17th, 2024.
Okay. What was the scope of those wagers, those offerings?
That was 12 player prop wagers on the same day of April 1st, 2024, for a total stake of $208.34.
And again, this is a violation of Massachusetts general laws and the Code of Massachusetts regulations, correct?
Yes.
All right. You said this was a total of 12 player prop wagers?
12, yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, did BetMGM discover was the cause of these wagers being permitted on their platform?
Unlike the NCAA men's national tournament, which was a technical error, this was a manual error by the BetMGM trader himself. The trader incorrectly used a professional basketball tournament template that did not have the blacklisting of players.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? You broke up a little.
The trader incorrectly used professional template instead of the college template, which did not have blacklisting of player prop bets.
Okay. And when you say template, can you describe for that us a little bit more about what a template is?
My understanding is just that they have what they're going to enter into the system as of what is allowed and what isn't allowed, and this trader just incorrectly used that professional one that just had the wrong information, that didn't have the college parameters on it.
So if it had been flagged as a college market, then it would have been prohibited or stopped from getting to the website. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. But since they used the professional template, that was not flagged as prohibited in Massachusetts. The college player props prohibited in Massachusetts.
Right.
All right. And what, if anything, did they do to fix this problem?
The trading group and the responsible employee was retrained on blacklisting requirements, and then they added language to the trading tool to confirm the market template contains an NCAA label.
So if it's an NCAA or college event, it's got that label to flag. This is a college event. Be careful, player props are not allowed in Massachusetts, right?
Right.
Okay. You said that the trader responsible was retrained. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. going to ask you for a moment. When you say retrained, BetMGM updated their policies and procedures for compliance. Is that right? Based on these events that occurred.
That's right.
All right. So the employees that they discovered were potentially responsible for incorrectly marking things or using different templates. They were retrained on all of that new compliance training procedures. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And those new updated trading compliance procedures have been provided as exhibits here today, correct?
Yes.
Those were marked as exhibit 36, is that right?
I believe that, yes, 36.
Okay, so exhibit 36 is BetMGM's updated compliance resources and procedures that they would have trained employees on how to manage and how to mark markets appropriately, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned before that BetMGM had been conducting their own simultaneous audit of historical wagers while GLI was doing their audit, correct?
Yes.
And did BetMGM discover during their own independent audit of historical wagers another unauthorized set of wagers that had been allowed on their platform?
Yes, they discovered the final non-compliance issue that we have here today is Glory Kickboxing.
Okay, and Glory Kickboxing was a kickboxing league, is that right?
I'm sorry, you cut off.
Glory Kickboxing was a kickboxing league, is that right?
Yes, correct.
All right. And that league had not been approved in the Massachusetts Sports Wagering Catalog, correct?
Correct.
All right. So by BetMGM offering Glory Kickboxing wagers, that was a violation of Massachusetts Code of Regulations, is that right?
Yes.
Similarly, a violation of the stated Sports Wagering Catalog permitted leagues, correct?
Correct.
All right. What was the scope of the amount or the number of wagers and the time frame for the Glory Kickboxing wagers offered on BetMGM's platform?
Sure. It was reported on August 27th of 2024 that in July of 2024, BetMGM found that they had allowed wagers on Glory Kickboxing from June 17th of 2023 to June 8th. So just about a year that this went on, and there was 106 wagers totaling $576.82.
Thank you. Was BetMGM able to discover why those wagers had been allowed on their platform?
Yes, they believe, is what they told us, that a member of their trading team may have used a draft version of the Mass Gaming Commission sports catalog instead of the final version of that catalog, and listed it as approved instead of unapproved.
And why would they have done that?
Inadvertently, they just used the wrong. They were looking at a draft and not the final version.
Okay, so during your interviews or as you participated in interviews, you learned that part of that launch process from BetMGM is to get guidance from Massachusetts Gaming Commission on prohibited and permitted leagues, correct?
Yes, correct.
And there's ongoing discussions during that launch process of what leagues will be allowed and what leagues will be prohibited, correct?
Yes.
All right. And during some of those discussions, did Glory Kickboxing come up as a potential league that would be permitted or prohibited?
Yes.
All right. So at some point, the Massachusetts Sports Wagering Catalog, a draft had been circulated that did include Glory Kickboxing, right?
That's correct. Yes.
All right. So it was explained to the investigative team that the BetMGM believes that a trader may have marked it because of looking at an older version of permitted markets in Massachusetts, correct? In a draft.
Yes.
All right. And that draft, that specific draft that had marked Glory Kickboxing as a potentially permitted market has been also included as an exhibit, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's exhibit 40, correct?
Yes.
All right. And just stepping back one moment, you said that BetMGM reported these offerings, the discovery of these offerings in August of 2024.
Yes.
But they were formally reported in a packet of reports that were provided to the MGC in September of 2024, correct? With those other GLI discoveries?
Correct.
So they were all reported together, but they were discovered in some different instances. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
All right. What, if any, excuse me, I'm sorry. What, if any, steps did BetMGM take to remediate having offered Glory Kickboxing as wagers on their platform?
They instituted a secondary team member to review their sports activation grid.
Okay. And fair to say that BetMGM also has instituted additional remediation measures and changes to their systems, correct?
Yes.
All right. And as through discussions we've had with BetMGM, you understand that some of those are potentially private in nature, maybe more appropriate for, as they flagged, for a private potential meeting outside the public forum?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. All right. With that, I believe I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy and Councilor Kennedy. See if there's any cross-examination. Attorney Nozel?
I do not have any questions.
All right. So I actually would like to ask if we do our lunch break as a breakfast break and give everyone a little time to brush up on that exhibit number 49. I know I need a few minutes to do so. And so I would ask that we just take a quick recess and meet back around 11 a.m. Is that okay?
Sure.
Everyone good with that? All right. Thank you. All right, I think we can take the screensaver down. Everyone a second to get on. Commissioner Hill, Commissioner O'Brien, Commissioner Skinner, Commissioner Broders. Oh, Commissioner Broders on. All right. So we're reconvening now. We had stopped after an opportunity for Councilor Nozel to cross Mr. Murphy. Councilor Kendi had already finished his direct examination. I needed some time and thought my fellow commissioners may enjoy the time to look at Exhibit 49. I appreciate that. I appreciate the thoroughness of the IEB. With that, I want to continue on. This is where and why I called for the break. Questions from the commissioners. Do any commissioner have any questions for Mr. Murphy? All right. I would ask Councilor Kendi to continue.
I've concluded my questions of Mr. Murphy. Is Mr. Nozel not going to ask any cross-examination? I'm sorry if I missed that.
He did not before we broke.
With that, the IEB would rest its case. We've now submitted Mr. Murphy's testimony, the exhibits, and the report on an investigation. So we would conclude our evidence.
Thank you, Councilor Kendi. All right. With that, I'm going to ask BetMGM to move forward with calling any witnesses it intends to call.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to start and call Sarah Brennan.
Hi, I'm here.
Hello.
Good morning, Sarah. Can you remind the commission and chair of your title and how long you've been at BetMGM?
Yes, my name is Sarah Brennan for the record. I am Vice President of Compliance, and I've been with BetMGM for 5.5 years. I was promoted in February to VP, and as Mr. Murphy noted, at the time of the incidents, I was Senior Director of Compliance for 3 years.
Thank you. This was touched on earlier, but can you just give a brief background of the ownership structure of BetMGM?
Yes, it's a joint venture between our two parent companies, 50% owned by MGM and 50% owned by Entain.
And how do each of those owners contribute to the joint venture?
In a high-level way, MGM's contribution is in its brand and also in market access through retail locations. And Entain's contribution is really through its technology platform that it provides BetMGM.
And can you describe a little bit in a little more detail the Entain technology contribution?
Yes. Entain provides the technology and software used by BetMGM to operate its platform, so both the mobile application and desktop. Our backend system is implemented and maintained by Entain, which includes our trading tool system and our back office tools.
Thank you. And does BetMGM use third-party data providers on its platform?
Yes, we do. They provide market information to our trading platform.
And can you provide a little more detail on what a third-party data provider is?
Sure. It's really a company that provides, that really specializes in collecting and sending real-time and historical data directly into an operator's platform. So normally this is integrated through an API, so it just auto-populates within their platform. And it allows operators like BetMGM to offer price-specific markets and odds that BetMGM otherwise wouldn't have the internal expertise to do. It also provides specific cutoff times for pregame and in-game betting and real-time data feeds for events.
And you heard Mr. Murphy mention Sportscast. Are they a third-party data provider?
Yes, Sportcast helps us price same-game parlay offerings. As discussed, and as we'll get into later, at the time the incidents occurred, Sportcast was providing our same-game parlay setup, and we were using them in about all of our jurisdictions. For same game parlay, including football and soccer, we've transitioned now to moving the majority of our same game parlay offerings to an in-house solution, but we do still use Sportcast as an SGP provider for NHL, WNBA, and a variety of soccer leagues.
And do both Entain and BetMGM approve third-party data providers on the platform?
Yes, both BetMGM and Entain must approve any third party that we work with ahead of that third party integrating with our technical teams to integrate into our platform, our trading platform.
And is there due diligence done on those third-party providers, and in this case, Sportscast?
Yes, all vendors and suppliers are reviewed by BetMGM's licensing team, and that's both to confirm suitability and includes a due diligence review.
Thank you. Sarah, I'm next going to turn to the compliance department to give us some more overview. Mr. Murphy gave some of these details. Can you just provide an overview of the compliance department and the reporting structure?
Yep, absolutely. The compliance department is broken into three main categories. I am VP of Compliance, overseeing regulatory. We have a director of licensing, that's Josh Wiseman, and a director of AML and fraud, that's Wendy Martin. The three of us sit laterally to one another, and we report into Ria Loney. She is the Chief Compliance Officer and a member of the executive team. She reports directly into Josh Jessen. He's our Chief Legal Officer, who then reports directly into Adam Greenblatt, our Chief Executive Officer. My role oversees all elements of regulatory compliance, which falls into 7 different categories. So trading compliance, responsible gambling, marketing compliance, regulatory administrative compliance, which I'll explain later, formal complaint management, iGaming compliance, and incident reporting. As I mentioned, Josh is the director of licensing, so he oversees all licensing requirements, both for vendors, not both, for all 3 vendors, entity, and occupational licensing. And then Wendy Martin, Director of AML, oversees anti-money laundering, suspicious activity, and fraud requirements across all our jurisdictions.
And those are the 3 specific compliance departments within.
Yes.
And in connection with your, the ones that you oversee, those 7 groups, how often do you meet with those compliance departments?
So I have a group of managers that meets weekly, and we meet once a week. We have a bi-weekly all compliance meeting. So my managers, along with all the senior analysts and analysts that report into them, meet every other week. I have one-on-ones individually with each of my direct reports. I have bi-weeklies and monthlies with each manager that doesn't report directly into me. But let's say Alex Walter has 2 managers. I meet with his managers monthly. And then we hold a larger all department monthly call that meets every 3rd Wednesday with AML, licensing, and regulatory teams. And that is led by Ria Loney.
And how big is the compliance department overall?
We have over 90 dedicated legal compliance professionals, specifically 89 in compliance, and 44 of those report into me.
And has that grown over time?
That's grown significantly. I joined the company in January of 2020, and we had 10 employees, roughly 10 in compliance, with only 2 reporting into me, and now we've grown to nearly 100.
And does BetMGM have a compliance committee?
Yes. Our compliance committee is comprised of 3 members. One is representative from each of our parent companies, so MGM and Entain, and then 1 independent member that's required to have industry and Nevada-specific expertise. Currently, those roles are filled by MGM's Chief Compliance Officer, Stephen Martino, Entain's Global Compliance Director, Florian Saar, and our independent member is Carl Benison. He's a former member of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Our compliance department, inclusive of AML and licensing, as well as the legal representatives, meet quarterly with our compliance committee, alternating virtually and in person. And we report on the prior quarter's activities, including any significant compliance issues, the impact of those issues, and then remediation measures taken. The committee is also informed, though, in real time if and when there should be compliance matters of significance that occur between those quarterly meetings. And compliance committee meetings, as you likely know, because you've been invited, are open for attendance by regulators in all the states within which we operate. And after the meetings, our minutes are circulated. You should also know that the BetMGM's compliance department operates independently of the committee, but we do have a duty to report into it, which we do so through those quarterly meetings and as ad hoc reporting when necessary.
So today's focus is really on trading compliance. Can you get into a little more detail about the trading compliance group and what its responsibilities are?
Yes. Like I mentioned, the regulatory group reports into me. They work very closely together. Trading compliance works with the regulatory administrative team, whose responsibilities are to disseminate the regulations, both in draft form and finalized. They would send them to trading compliance. Trading would review the regs as it relates to their specific responsibilities. So prohibited and permissible markets, any type of statute impacting what types of markets are permitted to be taken in that jurisdiction. And they identify all the regulatory requirements for that jurisdiction, analyze them, and then communicate them to the operational teams. They ensure that our operations then are properly captured in our internal controls. They're also responsible for drafting and maintaining any regulated documents. So that would be house rules and our trading catalog. Those are both typically in all our jurisdictions submitted to the regulator for review and approval ahead of launch. And they communicate, probably most importantly, they communicate what markets are permitted to the trading and sportsbook operations teams to ensure that markets are properly blacklisted. They also issue special guidance ahead of events like the Super Bowl and March Madness to ensure that everyone is on the same page with what's permitted in each jurisdiction. And they ensure that when violations occur, they're promptly reported and then investigated by our internal teams.
And how often do you meet with trading compliance?
I have a weekly with Alex Walder, our senior manager of trading compliance, and then a monthly meeting with each of the managers that reports into him. Alex, Jay Vaccaro, and Andrew Smith, who are the two managers, as well as all the analysts who report into the team, 3 senior analysts and 4 analysts, all participate in the biweekly meeting I have with my 44-member team. And then they also all participate in the monthly meeting held by RIA.
And how many employees are assigned just to trading compliance?
There are 10 presently. So Alex Walder, senior manager, 2 managers, 3 senior analysts, and 4 trading analysts.
And has this group also grown over time?
Yes. Excuse me. Dating back to 2020, there was only a single analyst that was responsible for trading compliance. Over time, we have layered in managerial roles and senior analysts and added additional resources in order to manage that increased volume and complexity with, going from 1 jurisdiction to 29.
Now, when it comes to trading incidents, like the incidents that are before the commission today, what is your involvement?
I'm usually one of the first individuals to be notified that there was an incident. Our trading compliance analyst, if it's over the weekend, we have an individual who's on duty, or during the week, normal course of business, an analyst or manager will message me and typically my chief compliance officer and let us know that something has occurred. They will draft a notification to be submitted to each regulatory body who is impacted by that incident. We'll review it, it's submitted, and then the real incident investigation begins. Throughout this process, I'm kept informed of how the investigation is going, any complexities or hurdles involved in the investigation, and when our anticipated submission date is for the formal report. And then during the formal reporting process, I review the reports before they're submitted to each regulatory agency.
Now, you mentioned the relationship between BetMGM and Entain. Can you talk about it, though, between the two entities when it comes to their compliance functions?
Yes. We work closely together. I'll get into the pre-launch activities in a little bit as we describe compliance's role, but we communicate with one another, when it comes to restrictions and what's permitted and what's prohibited. In reference to incidents, it's situational. Not every trading compliance incident has Entain involvement because they're not all directly associated with something, as we previously discussed. BetMGM trading compliance made a mistake, so we wouldn't go to Entain compliance to necessarily discuss an internal error. But we do and can work directly with our partners, and it's always collaborative and transparent.
And typically, what's the result of that type of collaboration here?
We work together to fully investigate an issue, and oftentimes, and especially in the instance of these trading violations, we discover that, things are inadvertent. One side didn't know that the other side didn't know something, but it's collaborative. We are aligned in preventing compliance errors. We are aligned in taking appropriate remediation steps forward, whether those involve retraining or necessitate technical development. But we often and always walk away from a conversation on the same page about root cause, what transpired, and how we will move forward to remediate the issue.
Thank you. I'm going to turn now just to talk a little bit more about incident investigations. And based on what we have in front of the commission, it's fair to characterize that incidents do occur and have occurred on the platform.
Yes, incidents are unfortunate. It's, when young compliance staffers come into the team, I tell them accidents happen, incidents happen. We are human. Unfortunately, humans make mistakes. It is part of the business that we're in, this evolving industry. We have learned so much in the last almost 6 years about the complexity of how all this works, how our systems integrate with one another, how data feed providers integrate with our platform, and how there are unforeseen issues that happen that could never have been predicted. And so they're not unexpected. We do our best to never have an incident occur that has the same root cause. That's really our priority, is to, when we identify a specific issue has occurred because of a specific root cause, really drilling down into that and understanding how we can prevent future recurrence. No amount of technology configuration, unfortunately, or amount of training can ensure 100% compliance, but we always do our best to operate with integrity and transparency in this space. We understand, we are the licensed operator. We understand it's our job and our responsibility to, immediately, to the best of our ability, identify and address errors. And in collaboration with our partners, we do so to ensure they don't occur again. It is important, and I'd like you all to know, and I think you do know through experience in dealing with us now, that there is no de minimis standard for BetMGM. We report everything. So whether or not an error occurs with a cost or liability of $1 or $10,000, or as you saw, $300,000, we will we report it and we thoroughly investigate it from all angles.
So is it your experience that once root causes are identified and remedied, that typically that avoids those mistakes in the future?
It does. I'll never say never. It's a dangerous game to play, really. But you'll see in these 6 violations in question today, they each have a separate root cause. And since they were identified and reported, those same root causes have not recurred.
Thanks, Sarah. You talked a little bit before about your responsibilities, and one of those things is to notify regulators. Can you talk a little bit more about when that happens and other the circumstances that happens?
Yes. As I said, BetMGM reports all incidents regardless of impact. And really, that's as soon as we become aware of an error. Across our jurisdictions, there are different reporting requirements. Some regulations stipulate immediately, some within 72 hours. We do our best in every circumstance to report within 24 to 48 hours the initial notification once an incident is identified. And then we proceed with a full investigation. Once the investigation is complete, we do communicate frequently with our regulators throughout the process, even if we're not ready yet to submit the full report. But once we do, we supplement that notification with a full investigative report identifying the who, what, where, when, why, and then how we fixed it. And then we'll continue to report thereafter. If we submit an incident report to you, and you'll see in Alex's testimony, he'll reference how we discovered additional impermissible wagers on the initial report that was submitted, and we supplemented that initial report with further details. Our executive leaders are made aware of each incident as well. It's discussed with the executive leadership team. As I mentioned, Rhea and Josh and Adam all have daily stand-up ops calls where compliance matters are discussed, and the exec team is fully read in as well.
And what happens after you typically make these reports to regulators?
Each jurisdiction has its own process, but as I stated, we work really closely with our regulatory agencies. As they have follow-up questions, we will meet with them. I think Nate and Mr. Murphy can attest to that. We'll provide supplemental exhibits, supplemental data files if requested, and answer any additional follow-up questions that may arise. And we also track the remediation measures. So if we tell you that we have implemented XYZ to resolve this issue, we then monitor it to make sure that the fix we've put into place is actually effective. And if it's not, we will come back to you and say, well, we thought this solution was going to remediate the issue. It has not. Here's what has transpired, and here's what we're doing subsequently to address it.
Sarah, you talked about the different parties that are involved in, I'll just use the term sort of running the BetMGM platform, obviously BetMGM, Entain, Sportscast. When there is an incident, who's responsible?
BetMGM is a licensee, so we take accountability for any type of matter of non-compliance. At the end of the day, it is our responsibility, to be auditing and checking and ensuring that we're adhering to the regulations and the statutes and directives from our regulatory agencies, and that we are not offering markets that are impermissible to patrons in each jurisdiction. So ultimately it is our responsibility. When issues are identified where we investigate and then understand that the root cause stems from an issue with a partner, whether that's Entain or a third-party provider, we do meet with them to discuss the procedural and regulatory breakdown, investigate it with them in tandem, and then help them address their own internal issues or provide subsequent guidance to them to come into compliance to avoid future issues.
In turning to how issues are identified on the platform, do BetMGM employees report these matters internally?
Yes. Oftentimes, it is a BetMGM employee from either within compliance or an operational team who comes forward when they've identified a non-compliance issue. The compliance team, since day one, we were a lean machine, and really, put forth a culture of transparency and an open door policy to our teams. Starting as such a small operation as BetMGM did, with 100 people, everybody knew everyone. And so you had the benefit of knowing exactly who to go to. And I can say that still exists despite the growth within the company.
And typically, where do employees report, either errors or issues they've identified on the platform?
Sure. It's sort of, a standard reporting structure, as you would imagine in any organization. Someone may go directly to their manager to let them know that they've identified an issue or that they suspect that something may be non-compliant. And then the manager would come to the compliance team. But again, reiterating that open door and transparent culture of compliance that we have at BetMGM, employees are also encouraged to go directly to a member of the compliance team. And, Alex has been here for 5 years. I've been here for 5.5. We have a lot of sort of institutional folks in leadership positions that people know to come to when they've identified an issue.
And when employees self-report an error or a mistake, is that something that results automatically in any kind of discipline?
No, we would hate to set a precedent, to be honest, that if you come forward and own a mistake or you have identified an issue, that you will be automatically disciplined. I think that sort of reinforces the wrong message to our internal teams. We want you to come forward. I'm a mom, right? I would want my daughter to come and tell me she did something wrong, as I think all parents in the room probably agree. It's the same philosophy internally. We do investigate, obviously, to understand if there's any sort of negligence, a gross error of, refusal to adhere to policy or procedure, intentional misconduct. Those investigations are done. But if an employee is genuinely coming forward and saying, I've identified this prohibited wager as live on the platform, and as you'll see, and again, Alex will dive into more depth on, we investigated each of those and found that there was no misconduct. That reporting employee will not be disciplined for flagging noncompliance.
Thanks. So, I guess going back to, what you said earlier, why not automatic discipline in those circumstances?
Oftentimes, and again, I can't stress enough the complexity and the nuance of operating in 29 jurisdictions, and the fact that humans are operating this platform for 29 jurisdictions and that they make mistakes. And so, these errors that occurred upon investigation were found to be inadvertent, completely accidental. In most times, with the SGP incidents, the correct guidance was given. It was just a lack of knowledge of this additional step that had to be taken. There was no intentional action here. And so rather than disciplining the individual who identified the error or who may have been responsible for the error at the end of the day, we invest more time and focus on retraining those individuals, but also more holistically looking at our policies and procedures and identifying gaps in where there were failures, not just by a single person, but collectively as a department and an organization. Because oftentimes these mistakes are not caused by a single person's error, but really by a breakdown in policy and procedure. And that's something that we all take responsibility for.
We talked a little bit earlier about some of your responsibilities as they pertain to entering a new jurisdiction, or I think it's been referred to as launching. Can you talk a little bit about compliance and its role when it comes to launching in a new jurisdiction?
Absolutely. We have a large team. As I mentioned, there are 7 buckets that report into me. They each have specific responsibilities ahead of us launching in a new jurisdiction. The regulatory administration team, which I referenced earlier, is responsible for evaluating draft regulations and distributing those to all business teams. Again, Mr. Murphy referenced the fact that there was a draft catalog at the start, prior to launch, and oftentimes regulated documents go through several iterations before becoming final. So that jobs team is to review those, ensure that the rest of the organization is kept up to date as those draft regs change. We understand what that impact may be onto our current operations. Are there gaps in what we're doing in the 28 other jurisdictions that need to be filled as we go live in the 29th? And they distribute all of that information to the business teams. At the same time, our licensing team is reviewing the licensing requirements, ensuring that we are turning in our applications and getting our agents occupationally licensed as required, and following that path in parallel. The regulatory compliance team works directly with trading compliance to ensure that they have the trading catalog put together, the internal controls address all trading requirements, that the House rules are drafted, and that all of those regulated documents get vetted against the statute and regs, and then submitted to our regulatory agencies for review and approval, and then distributed to our trading operations teams for effectuation. I guess the one other part we should mention is that the regs too, as they become final, it's not just vetted against our sort of like human operational policies and procedures, but also our technical capabilities and what our platform is currently, what standards our platform is technically operating by. And so when we do get a new set of draft regulations, we're able to go into what's called the MVP process, which is the minimum viable product. It's basically like our baseline trading app. And so we can say, here's how the platform is operating in Tennessee, and now Massachusetts requires this. What's the gap that may be needed to be developed by our technical teams? Once that is established, we have what's called our beta site, which again, Mr. Murphy referenced in his testimony, which is basically like Massachusetts, but not live. It is our mobile application, our desktop app that is not live to the public, but can be tested by our internal teams because it is developed and has all of the content that would be live, but it's sort of living in a testing environment before it's moved into production environment when our business actually goes live in a new jurisdiction.
Okay. And that testing, that beta process was used in Massachusetts in connection with your launch here? Yes,
it was. Yeah.
And can everything be tested in the beta testing before launch?
No, our basics, right? Our sign up process, our KYC process can be tested. Our responsible gambling limits can be tested. As far as it relates to trading, we are in June right now. There's baseball going on, right? You can test sports that are currently live and in season. But like we couldn't test NFL football markets right now because that's not in season. So we can only test what would currently be live because you can't place wagers on events that aren't happening because these aren't fake wagers or fake markets. They're real markets that are being tested in a test environment.
So how does trading compliance end up knowing it needs to block something if it can't always test it?
Trading compliance's knowledge is again informed by the regulations and statutes. They enter everything during this process into the Sports Activation Tracker or SAT document, which is an exhibit that you all have. And that is what they use as sort of their scripture for what's permitted and what's prohibited in a jurisdiction. They will spot check. Alex, again, is going to talk about a lot of the enhancements that we've made to this process after these violations were found. But prior to that, everything pre-launch would be based upon what we understood to be prohibited and permissible in the market ahead of going live in a jurisdiction.
Now, you mentioned the term SAT or Sports Activation Tracker. Is that the same as the Sports Activation Grid?
Yes, okay. Yes, yeah.
And can you describe a little bit more the specifics around that, the Sports Activation Grid?
Sure. So for anybody who doesn't like Excel, it is a very challenging document. It is thousands of lines and tabs that are specific to each league, for each level of the various leagues that we offer in every single jurisdiction. Every state that we operate in is captured in this document, and each market. So, it's not just NFL and it's not just first to score. There are millions of markets. I think GLI reviewed 22 million markets when they did their historical look back in this grid, which are identified as a yes, it's approved or not approved. And that has to be manually activated by a trading compliance analyst.
And if something is marked as unapproved in that, what happens?
That means that market would be blacklisted by trading operations. And blacklisted means that it would be sort of unticked on the back end so that it was not visible to patrons for wagering.
And I think you mentioned this, but who's responsible? I guess who leads this in trading compliance in connection with the Sports Activation Grid plot process?
Alex is the senior manager of trading compliance, so he oversees the team responsible for it. But each jurisdiction has a trading compliance analyst who is specifically assigned to a jurisdiction. When these issues occurred. An employee who no longer works for us was responsible for Massachusetts in conjunction with Tyler Olcott, who still works for us. But each of those analysts is assigned responsibility to review the regulations, the proposed catalogs, and the statute to inform them of how to elect approved or not approved within the SAT doc.
Okay. And when you say the incidents here, that two of the root causes of incidents here were mismarkings on the, I'm using the term mismarkings, on the sports activation grid, correct?
Yes, Glory Kickboxing and the Belarusian events were inadvertent manual errors by trading compliance. The other four were not related to the SAT tracker.
Great. And going back again to the Entain relationship and the third-party data providers, can you talk a little bit about the coordination with them when you're entering into a new jurisdiction?
Sure. So trading compliance is responsible for all the regulatory elements. You know, they distill the information, analyze it, and then indicate permissible or not permissible. From there, they transfer that information. They send it over to BetMGM Sportsbook Operations, also trading support. We sort of use the terms interchangeably, who then communicates with Entain and also our third parties. So, you know, in these instances, the information isn't necessarily going directly from BetMGM trading compliance. It's going to our internal operations team, who is then communicating externally with our parent company and also any third party what the requirements are for blacklisting.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, I don't have additional questions at this time for Sarah. I do want to call her back at the end of the GLI testimony just for basically one more question, but I will move on to Alex Walder at this point.
All right, so let me go ahead and for this portion, allow IEB the opportunity to cross if they so wish.
I have no cross questions for Ms. Brennan.
All right, and up into the point of Ms. Brennan's testimony here today, commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Broder.
Real briefly, so you know, you've gone from a single jurisdiction, Ms. Brennan, to I think it's 30, and you've added I think appropriately added staff. You added some, you know, human and electronic infrastructure. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, as you grow, how do you stay nimble? How do you get, you know, to fast react to incidents like this once they occur?
That's a great question. It really is just constantly learning. I mean, we are constantly looking for ways to innovate our platform. We are constantly looking for ways to work better with our partners. And our partners are not exclusive to just Entain and third party. It's also our regulatory agencies, and it's also other industry partners, you know, the other operators. I mean, we are all working toward the same goal. None of us want any instances of noncompliance. And so, you know, we have become more nimble. We have become more narrowly focused on high risk items that we've identified that have recurred. I mean, you know, if you look holistically at, not to pour salt in the wound, but BetMGM's violations over time in all the jurisdictions that we are in, we've stopped offering certain high risk things because we've identified them as not being worth the risk of noncompliance. And so I don't want to get ahead of us here, but we have some exciting news about some technical advancements that we're about to implement. Alex is working really hard on it, so I don't want to steal his thunder, and he'll testify to the technological advancements that we're making that will be able to flag impermissible markets nearly immediately. This will be transformative for us in mitigating risk. And really, I think, speaks volumes to BetMGM and Entain's dedication to preventing noncompliance.
So it's a minor point, but I think it's worth pointing out. I very much appreciate, as one commissioner, that you say violation when there's a violation. There are, you know, other instances where folks try to be creative with their language. And I get it. I've been on that side of the table once or twice in my day, but that level of candor, clean and simple communication is really helpful. And so you have an incredible raft or schedule of regular check-ins. What is it? How does that get short-circuited in a good way? What triggers a non-regularly scheduled meeting around compliance?
If an issue of egregious noncompliance, or really any type of noncompliance arises, or suspected noncompliance, because not everything is ultimately a violation. We sometimes, have false starts like any other business. It's an open door. I mean, my team knows that I'm accessible. Our chief compliance officer is accessible. Our chief executive officer is accessible. If you ping us on Teams, if you text my cell phone, I will respond. And so I think really just from day one, fostering that culture of transparency and open door. You don't have to wait a week for your one-on-one that you have scheduled. You don't have to wait 3 weeks for that monthly meeting. You immediately notify your manager or skip level. I mean, there's no, I think one of the benefits of us being such a young organization and being nimble really is that sort of like archaic hierarchy of you can't reach out to your skip level doesn't exist. If there's an issue, you let somebody know, whoever it is, immediately. So I think that's a real benefit of how BetMGM operates, and also how we continue to foster that culture of compliance throughout the entire organization.
Pretty good stuff for a Lehigh grad. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Broder. Commissioner Skinner, I see your mute's off.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Brennan, hi, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Just a follow-up quickly to Commissioner Broder's questioning. Culture of compliance, second time I've heard it during this proceeding. Attorney Coleman also referenced that is very much present at BetMGM. And I think that's evident by the leaps and bounds that BetMGM has made under your leadership in the compliance department. That's quite impressive, going from 3 staff to about 100, I think you said. What is troubling to me, and I'm hoping you can speak to this, and I hear you, and I trust that you are genuine when you say that it is important to self-report when you find something, no matter what the dollar value is attached to that non-compliance. But in a few of the exhibits, and I don't have the numbers, I could find them if you need them, but I don't think that'll be necessary. In a few of the exhibits early on in the packet, there was quite a bit of discussion as your team was trying to uncover the root cause of, who is responsible for what. And that to me, and there was, it was painfully obvious that that was an area that needed a little bit of massaging. So I get this culture of compliance that's being promoted within the agency, but what, if anything, have you instituted along with your team in the way of just overall awareness of who should be involved in what discussions, what decision-making needs to involve what manager or what senior manager, and even when yourself gets brought into a particular matter, just help me understand how that works within your department. And really, if you can speak across the agency, because there was some back and forth between departments about, we're trying to figure this out. And there wasn't, to me, the appropriate level of urgency to the matter. I mean, these discussions went on for weeks.
Yeah, that's a great question. And, we do own our mistakes very, very much hat in hand this was not perfect. None of this was perfect. And so speaking to your points about the early investigation, as again, Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Murphy stated in the beginning, one side didn't know that the other side didn't know, which is sort of a very pedestrian explanation. But Entain didn't know that BetMGM didn't know that there was this additional move that had to be made. And so in the beginning of time when we were operating, those silos certainly existed. There was an unfamiliarity with how the platform operated. There was an unfamiliarity internally, really, with where does the line fall with compliance's responsibility for investigating? How does trading support, trading operations also engage in an error or violation investigation? When do we bring Entain in? If we don't know that this is an Entain error because we didn't know that this blacklisting perimeter existed, there's a delay in understanding the intersection of the organizations. And the only true explanation for those early issues was really just a lack of understanding of how this all intertwined together, how the web was all connected. We did take significant steps to address those silos that were existing. There was a team created within trading, headed by a young woman who used to work for me in compliance, who moved out of compliance into trading support. And her primary focus was QA and really understanding, like she had spent 2 years working for me, having a challenging time in these incident investigations. And so her understanding was much deeper of what was needed on that side. And so her moving over was one step forward. In more recent times, we just had our June compliance committee meeting where we brought in trading leadership on the commercial side and said, we need you to understand. Look at the compliance implications of having these errors. Look at how many wagers were taken. Look at the cost of them, the liability, its impact on our potential impact on licensing in different jurisdictions, and take ownership. And they have, because this has been for a year and a half, been brought to the commercial side of the business and said, you need to fix these things, because it's not enough for compliance to just say, you can't do this, but we need to operationalize it. And it needs to be completely ingrained within the way we operate technically and procedurally so that compliance is maintained across the whole organization. And so, there is no one on the call from BetMGM who will deny to you that in the beginning things were messy and we were operating in silos. It was never intentional misconduct or intentional non-compliance, but more so, a consequence or sort of a symptom of this being a new and uncharted territory for both organizations and how we folded together and integrated our system together.
Thank you for that. And, it's increasing your staff doesn't come without some consequence, right? And I think that probably played out a little bit in the way those early conversations. Great. Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner. Any other questions, commissioners? Anything you want to flesh out, Attorney Nozel?
I'm all set. Again, I'm going to call Sarah back at the very end of our presentation before the closing.
All right. So with that, you may proceed to your next witness.
Sure. I'd like to call Alex Walder.
Alex.
Hi, Alex. Can you please remind the commission of your title and how long you've been with BetMGM?
Yes, absolutely. So my name is Alex Walder. I'm our Senior Manager of Trading Compliance. I've been with the company about 5 years now. I started as an analyst working for Sarah. I was promoted to manager, and then in April of 2022, I was promoted to Senior Manager. I've been in that position since, so really for all relevant times for these matters.
Thanks. And Sarah talked a little bit about this, but can you give an overview of BetMGM's trading compliance team and your reporting structure?
Yes. So as I said, I report into Sarah in the regulatory compliance arm of the compliance department. I have 9 people working for me, 2 managers, 3 senior analysts and 4 analysts.
And can you describe what the trading compliance team does or who they serve?
Sure. We have, I like to think of it as 3 core functions. There are many other things that go into that, but we manage event and market compliance for the company. We manage house rules and settlement of wagers. And then we handle incident reporting for trading violations, which would include past postings, pricing errors, and unapproved events and markets.
And can you talk a little bit about how you manage your team, how you meet, how you interact?
Yeah, so we have several meetings during the week. We have 8 scheduled meetings for the full trading compliance team, 1 on Monday and Friday, and 2 on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I also have a Monday morning meeting with my more senior people on the team. And then Thursday afternoon, I sync up with my direct reports, the managers. Beyond that, we have a constant chat communication going in case anything comes up urgently. And we also meet with the trading department on a weekly basis where we discuss topical items, procedures. March Madness is coming up. We're focused on that, things of that nature, new state launches.
Speaking of launches, Sarah testified earlier about the compliance department's role in a new state launch. Can you talk in a little bit more detail when it comes to trading compliance's responsibilities?
So whenever we're launching in a new state, we will assign a team member to be the primary lead on that new state. It's typically an analyst, but it has been senior analysts as well. We'll also assign a second person to be, we call them the backup, but they're also involved in the launch process. And then there will be a manager assigned to that new state launch as well, in addition to myself dedicating time to the project. So we will work with the regulatory administration team to go through regulations, make sure we have the proper regulations and statute, and any other directives such as the wagering catalog. We'll engage in any regulatory comments if available for that state and interact with the state regulator. Once everything is finalized in terms of the statute, regulation, and applicable directives, we move on to the internal aspect of things. I'd say we will draft house rules for the new state, which is basically working off of our template that we use in other states and adapting it to the specific rules for the new state we're in. And then we focus on the event and market compliance, which is really the critical part for the matters today. Sarah's already described some of this, but essentially what we're doing is taking the information in the statute, regulation, and directives, which is typically in the form of a wagering catalog, and synthesizing that information on what events and markets are allowed and what applicable restrictions apply, and inputting that into internal guidance documents, such as the sports activation tracker, and then relaying that information to the trading department to make sure they understand how to configure the platform so we're compliant at launch. And we'll also provide ongoing support to them so they make sure they understand the regulations and requirements, and we'll provide overview directives in addition to the specific tracking documents.
Okay. And what are some of the, I guess, more specific steps that BetMGM takes in connection with its event and market offerings?
So specifically, the process is to take the wagering catalog. It's usually the critical document because that has the most detailed information on events and markets. So we'll take that in addition to the regulations and document each restriction and requirement in the sports activation tracker, which has a general section where we can describe overall rules and requirements, and that has specific, it's kind of been described as yes or no guidance on events, sports, leagues, markets. And that is supposed to be basically step-by-step instructions for the trading team on how to configure the platform. So once that is done, once the full guidance has been documented, the information gets passed to the trading department, who's then responsible for configuring the platform, as I said, and ensuring that that is done properly. Once trading has completed that process, it returns to trading compliance to do a final check on the work at the time of launch. In Massachusetts, our primary method for doing that was reviewing the beta site, which, as others have described, is essentially a non-public version of the website that would be live in that new state. So it's what would be displaying to Massachusetts residents if we were indeed live at the time. So my team will review that beta site and check for our primary focus in compliance is things that are not allowed in that state. So we'll focus on ensuring Massachusetts colleges are not available on the site, player propositions, whatever the key restrictions in the state are, is what we spend our time reviewing. There are also some specific tasks that we would do for same game parlay provided by Sportcast, because everything I just described is more focused on, we'll call them in-house managed markets, ones that are entirely developed and priced by BetMGM and Entain. The process is slightly different with some additional steps for those Sportcast same game parlay markets.
And specifically, just can you remind the commissioners the responsibilities that you have in connection with blacklisting?
Yeah, so our responsibility is to provide the instructions essentially for the trading team or the trading operations specifically to then perform the blacklisting in the trading system. And blacklisting is essentially enabling or disabling a event or market on a particular jurisdiction. Because in our trading system, an event, for instance, exists one time in the system and is priced one time. But if it's been blacklisted in a jurisdiction, it will not appear on that jurisdiction site, but will appear on the sites where it is enabled, whitelisted. That's our involvement in that process. More of the instructions.
And you testified earlier that there's some differences in the process for things that are managed in-house versus, or essentially with SGP markets, I should say. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on those differences?
Yeah, so for the same game parlay product that was supplied by Sportcast, the key point at the time was to ensure that Sportcast performed blacklisting in its system appropriately so that the markets would not appear on the BetMGM site. To do that, Trading Compliance completed a separate tracking document which gave yes or no guidance on every possible same game parlay market provided by Sportcast. Once completed, we'd relay that information to the trading support or sportsbook operations team, who was responsible for relaying that to Sportcast and ensuring that they perform the appropriate blacklisting in their system. In this case, that did happen, but as I'll get into, there was another unknown element that led to some issues.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier the SAT, or I think we've also referred to it as the Sports Activation Grid, or SAG. That's within your responsibilities as well, correct?
Yes, my team manages that. We built it, and we're the only ones that input information into it.
Okay, thank you. So post launch, can you talk a little bit about Trading Compliance's role when it comes to ongoing compliance?
Yeah, so the primary analyst usually on the team who's managing a jurisdiction will maintain an ongoing relationship with the regulator in that jurisdiction. And that analyst and really the rest of the team will monitor as well for any incoming directives, which could be a change in the rules or requirements around events or markets or bet settlement, anything of that nature. We monitor for incoming directives essentially. And when they come in, we update internal guidance and inform the trading team on any adjustments they need to make. And we are also responsible for managing any new content that BetMGM is interested in offering. So if the trading department comes up with any new proposition wagers or new events that they'd like to offer, that is all cleared through Trading Compliance. And if any, occasionally that requires a submission to the regulator for new content, which we are responsible for as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, I appreciate the background on your responsibilities. So I'm going to turn now to the 6 incidents that are, or violations, I think, as Commissioner Brodeur said, and we don't contest in this matter. And I'm going to start with the NCAA football same game parlay. Do you know when BetMGM first became aware of this incident?
Yes, that was December 26th of 2023. Andrew Steffen from the MGC alerted Nico Rydalik, who was the analyst on my team at the time, of the potential offering of NCAA football props.
And what was done after the division notified you, or Andrew notified you?
I think that was late evening and we responded immediately internally on that. My team, within a few minutes of that, was working with the trading department to find out if indeed we were offering unapproved markets. We soon discovered that we were, through the same game parlay product. As mentioned previously, the trading department was able to manually override the offering and disable those markets. And by the next morning, on the 27th, we were no longer offering NCAA football props via same game parlay.
And Mr. Murphy cited to this before. Will you confirm the total wagers and stake that were involved with that?
Yes, it was 15,482 wagers for just over 295,000 in total stake.
And when was the full investigative report sent to the Gaming Commission or the Sports Wagering Division?
I believe it was January 5th of 2024. And then there was a small supplement to that report in, I believe, August, when we discovered about 41 additional wagers that weren't contained in the initial report.
And those were the result of the GLI audit, correct?
Yes, through GLI audit and some additional diligence, we found those wagers.
And did this incident only involve same game parlays?
Yes.
And why is that?
So the trading compliance and BetMGM as a whole was aware of the player proposition restriction. It was documented properly, and that restriction was relayed to the trading department. For in-house markets, all of the blacklisting was done properly. For the Sportcast same game parlay markets, all of the steps that we had taken in our procedure, our standard operating procedure for setting up same game parlay, was handled at the time and handled appropriately. As I said, we documented in compliance the restriction. Sportsbook operations relayed that restriction to Sportcast. Sportcast made the necessary restrictions on its platform and informed BetMGM that was completed. So we believed at the time that everything that needed to be done to restrict same game parlay markets was done. What we discovered through these violations and the root cause investigation was that there was an unknown setting within the Entain BetMGM trading platform that needed to be in a certain configuration to accept all of that blacklisting work that Sportcast had done. If the configuration is in the on position, I'm simplifying it slightly, but for all intents and purposes, it's an on-off switch. If it's in the on position, BetMGM system will check whether Sportcast blacklisted certain markets. If it's in the off position for a particular sport or league, then the trading system simply accepts all potential markets from Sportcast. So in this case, the parameter or setting was in the off position for NCAA football, which led to accepting markets that we intended to blacklist through Sportcast.
So there are two parts to this, correct? Sportscast first has to apply the proper market level blacklisting, and then it has to be configured correctly on the BetMGM platform side.
That's correct. That's what we know now, that there are two steps.
Okay. And was this known at the time of launch?
No, it was not. And hopefully through those process I just described, the commissioners understand it. My team would have accounted for that and instructed Entain to disable or to enable that parameter if we had known, but unfortunately we did not know at the time.
And you talked about the beta testing process earlier. Was this particular offering or market tested at the time that process went on?
This was around March of 2023 that we launched in Massachusetts. Unfortunately, it was in the off season for NCAA football. So as described by others, the beta site would not have posted NCAA markets at the time, and we couldn't have tested this particular set of markets.
And if the configuration issue was known at the time, can you walk through the steps that would have happened in order to have sort of prevent this?
So we would have done everything the same in terms of interacting with sportsbook operations and Sportcast. That process worked appropriately. Sportcast did what they needed to do on their setting. We learned that there are Entain engineers that needed to configure this setting within our own system. So we would have had a line of communication either directly or through sportsbook operations with the Entain engineers, instructing them of the specific rules in Massachusetts. And then we would have tested that condition either through something like a screen share or seeing a report from the Entain engineers that this work had indeed been completed.
And would you describe this as a technology error?
No, the technology worked as it was supposed to. It was a manual configuration issue of that technology.
Okay. And can you explain, I guess, why this wasn't checked at the end of the day?
Unfortunately, it's something that we've learned. It's one of those you don't know what you don't know at a certain moment in time. We coordinated in all of my time at BetMGM. We've coordinated very extensively with Entain. I work with them on a daily, weekly basis in the trading department. Unfortunately, we at BetMGM just were not aware that the engineers were doing this work and needed to configure this parameter. And I believe the Entain engineers thought it was something that BetMGM knew. So it was just an unintentional gap in knowledge that we learned through this matter.
Entain built this system, though.
Yes, this is in the Entain system. It predated BetMGM, and it's just one component of a very large and complex system.
Now, should Entain have known to set this parameter and notified BetMGM?
It's hard to say. There's a very open line of communication. As I said, we work with Entain regularly. It happens that the Entain engineers that did this work are not people that we previously interacted with directly. So I'm sure if Entain knew this was something we were interested in and affected BetMGM, they would have told us. But it was just a gap in knowledge on both sides.
And can you confirm whether or not this happened just in Massachusetts?
So this specific offering of NCAA football props through same game parlay only happened in Massachusetts, but as we'll get into with the card markets, we did offer card markets through same game parlay in other jurisdictions. So the root cause did affect other jurisdictions, but we only discovered that after discovering these wagers in Massachusetts and investigating.
We haven't talked about the impact on customers yet. Can you tell me how customers have been treated as a result of this error? Have they been made whole, or are they being made whole?
Yeah, so ultimately the standard that we've working with MGC staff and IEB that we understand is the proper standard. And what we've done here is customers are not harmed by this unapproved offering. If they won their wager, that they're allowed to keep their winnings. Those bets aren't touched on our end. If they lost their wager on an unapproved market, their initial bet is refunded to them. So no customers harmed in that scenario.
So I want to talk a little bit more about the preparation process and just confirm again. I think you mentioned this earlier. Was Entain involved in the preparing for launch in Massachusetts?
Yes, Entain played an important role in that.
And at the time of launch, was Entain aware of the restricted events?
Entain trading and trading operations was aware of the restrictions. The NT engineers, as I mentioned before, were not in the loop on that basis because we didn't know their role.
And you talked about we didn't catch it in connection with the beta testing, which was done off season to NCAA football. But why wasn't it caught between the time of the beta testing and then at the time the season began and then throughout the season?
So in hindsight, this is an area that I think BetMGM and myself could have done better in. We have learned, particularly through these violations, that ongoing testing is critical. And we've had staff dedicated my entire time here to managing event and market compliance. We're very dedicated to the work. As I said, I have a team of 9 people working for me, 10 total focused exclusively on this work. Previously, I think it needed to be formalized a little bit. Previously, my team was instructed, if you see anything on the site, say something, address that immediately. And the trading team was instructed on the restrictions and also told to monitor for unapproved content. What we've done since then is we've significantly formalized that process. So directly on this point, we've now implemented every 2 weeks, the sportsbook operations team is running targeted checks of the front end for NCAA props and for soccer card markets. So that would have been the way to catch this, despite the fact that it wasn't available on the beta site. If those tests were in place, I think we would have caught it a lot sooner. So that's what we're doing now, and that's what we've learned from this matter.
And as the configuration issue that Mr. Murphy talked about, as well as Sarah, and you've also detailed, has this been addressed, and if so, how?
So we have essentially eliminated that configuration. We developed a way that it is set to the on position for all sports and all leagues on all labels. So it's no longer something that needs to be configured internally. We automatically accept Sportcast blacklisting now.
And so can you confirm whether or not this has reoccurred since the initial issues were discovered?
No, this has not happened again.
And again, we touched on this earlier. You confirmed you didn't have a process in place even when the season started in order to do an automatic check. Although you did have some quality assurance, you didn't catch this.
Yes, that's right. As I said, we have people full-time working on these specific tasks. Before NCAA football season, I assure you it's what we're talking about. It's what we're working on. Unfortunately, we were a little too reliant on that, all the work that goes into the initial setup, which is a tremendous amount of work. Well, we have 1 or 2 people assigned to a new state launch. It's essentially all hands on deck in the weeks leading up to it. Every person on my team working on this. So we placed a little too much emphasis on that and some of the other work that we were doing before football season, I'd say.
Yeah, Mr. Walder, can you elaborate a little bit on sort of, what do you do now when it comes to that type of work versus what was in place in 2023?
No, the key thing I think is a more formalized process. I mentioned that sportsbook operations is every 2 weeks checking for what we've deemed the highest risk markets based on these learnings, which is the card markets and college player props. So that is in place. That is a recurring check that occurs. Beyond that, we've isolated as a compliance department other higher risk times in the year that require specific due diligence. College sports, you'll continue to hear me talk about that. It's certainly one of the more complex and sensitive areas for BetMGM in terms of event market compliance. So before football season now, we have targeted checks, not just for markets, but also to ensure the right events are posted and that the correct teams are posted so that no Massachusetts schools are posted on the platform. So those are targeted checks that we do. And the simple way to think about the schedule of review would be before the league season and then before critical events in that league. So in addition to checking before the college basketball season, we also do additional QA before March Madness, where it's a more extensive and high visibility offering.
So having gone through this and the experience in Massachusetts going back to 2023, have you made any changes to your pre-launch quality assurance as a result of this?
Yes, so we now communicate with the Entain engineers on this point, even though the setting is essentially on in all situations. That is an added step now, just to be certain. We've also tried to close some of those gaps associated with the beta test, the beta site, where it was only checking for live sports. We're now reviewing system reports that show the actual blacklisting configuration. So system reports that show whether a market is set to on or off. So we do detailed reviews of those as well, in addition to the front end checks that we were doing.
So it's fair to say, as a result of the incidents here, and I know we haven't talked about the soccer card one yet, that you revamped both your pre-launch processes as well as your QA processes and other aspects of your team's work when it comes to your key functions.
Yes, exactly. And Sarah stated it's certainly something that we've always thought in trading compliance as well, is you don't want to see the same root cause happen again. And we've learned from some of these root causes and put in targeted checks designed to avoid it happening again.
Is there any additional technology out there that may be accessible and implemented by BetMGM, I'll say sort of in the future?
So what I've learned in my 5 years here is if you want good technology, you usually have to build it yourself, because this is all so new. There's not just some product off the shelf that you can purchase to solve these problems. So we have dedicated a tremendous amount of internal resources to building what we call a front end checker. Essentially, what it will be doing is trying to automate the process of continually reviewing what markets BetMGM has available on its site. So what it will do is cross-reference the front-end offering with a back-end database that the compliance team is building. And if there's any markets that are either not in the database or are marked as unapproved in the database for a particular jurisdiction, both compliance and trading is immediately alerted to that and can in real time address that market and get it removed from the site within moments if functioning properly. So that is a key development that we're working on. It is working for a few sports right now, but we're building that database and doing so in a very with a lot of checks and balances for the building of the database to ensure that it's done properly. So that's a big development for us in this area.
Yeah. And you anticipate this will be rolled out over the entire platform or where appropriate?
Yes, this is we're calling it a summer project. It will be done before the fall sports get going again, and yeah, it will be in place fully soon.
And just the last question in connection with the NCAA college football player props. Were any employees disciplined as a result of what occurred here?
No discipline. We focused on, we didn't see any intentional or fraudulent conduct by any employee here. It was an unintentional mistake, and we focused on improving our process, improving knowledge, and closing gaps.
So I'm going to turn now to the penalty card market.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes.
Given this is something of a break, would you mind if we took at most 5-minute break?
Yeah, I'll turn that into closer to a 10-minute break. Let's get together around 12:30.
Very good.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all.
But thank you.
Absolutely. Happy to pause. Thank you.
Paul, I felt like I was in the legislature again. Power lunch.
Say that again.
Said I felt like I was in the legislature again. Power lunch.
Yeah, right. Honestly.
Nothing on Karen Reed yet, I see.
I will admit, I do not follow that at all.
Waiting for the verdict.
Yep.
Oh, I don't see how you've been able to get away from it. It's everywhere.
You can't avoid it. That's true. That's true.
Okay, Connor. All right. Looks like everyone is here. Thank you for indulging us. Attorney Nozel, I'm assuming you remember where you left off. And if so, you and Alex may continue.
Thank you, Chair. Alex, as I mentioned just before the break, we're going to turn now to the soccer penalty card market SGP matter. Do you know when BetMGM first became aware of that incident?
December 15th of 2023, then Director Band sent a cease and desist email to, we believe, all operators or a group of operators at the time, notifying of that soccer card markets were not permitted. BetMGM then did an internal review, identified that same game parlay soccer card markets were available on the site. And as I mentioned before, the trading team was able to manually block those markets from being offered. So that was on December 15th, 2023.
And what steps did BetMGM take upon receiving that email?
So our first step was to disable those markets, which was done via a manual override, essentially.
And how long did it take to make that fix?
They were done the same day, December 15th. We stopped taking those bets.
And based on your review, how long was this market offered?
This, unfortunately, was offered from launch through that date, December 15th, 2023.
And we had this from Trooper Murphy earlier, but the total wagers and stake in connection with this?
Yes, that was 2,564 wagers for $42,690.95.
And after investigation, when was the full report provided to the Gaming Commission?
I believe it was January 23rd of 2024.
And how come that amount of time between the 15th and the 23rd to get that full report done?
So there was a relatively long history of wagers on this, which we wanted to make sure we captured all of the wagers in reporting to the MGC. And there was also some complexities in the root cause investigation. candidly, it was a little it was a little confusing at the time, trying to figure out exactly what happened because it was an unknown condition, as I said. So usually I'm finding things that went wrong within what we know. In this case, we had to figure out the condition and then what went wrong with it.
And like the NCAA college football player props, did this only involve SGPs, and why?
Yes, it was only same game parlays. We were again aware of this restriction, and the in-house markets, which did not involve this unknown configuration, were all set up properly by the trading department.
So the same root cause here, or the root cause here was the same as the NCAA player prop market.
Yes, it's basically an identical root cause where Sportcast did it proper blacklisting, but an internal parameter was set to the off position, and therefore the system offered those markets.
And did this affect any other markets?
Yes, we other jurisdictions. You mean by that?
No, other markets provided by Sportscast.
The soccer card markets and NCAA football was the full extent of unapproved markets that were offered through Sportcast.
And why is that?
It was just a confluence of what we offered same game parlays for and what is prohibited in Massachusetts. So a simple version, we don't receive any penalty markets on the NFL from Sportcast, so therefore there was no violation there.
And similar to what you testified to in connection with the NCAA college football player props, did you follow the same trading compliance procedures when it came to the soccer card market?
Yes, the process was identical. It was all handled through the same steps.
And same for pre-launch?
Yes.
Okay. And was this tested?
So this one was tested. Soccer was an ongoing sport at the time of beta testing. So my team did identify soccer card markets were present on the site during pre-launch beta testing. In response to that, trading compliance personnel alerted sportsbook operations of this and asked them to investigate what was going on. Sportsbook operations contacted Sportcast, who informed us that the blacklisting was appropriate, and that was the only known element of the Sportcast offering at the time. So those were the steps that were taken.
So it was properly identified as a prohibited market. It was caught as being in the beta test, yet it still happened. Why?
Yeah, in hindsight, this is the one that kind of gets me the most, because I do think that what should have been done is a secondary check. Sportcast does that work and informs us that the blacklisting is done properly. We can trust what they're saying, but you verify it. You go back to the front end and see that those markets are down. So that's what should have been done at the time, and certainly something we've talked about as a team, that we would do the secondary check there.
And was it checked throughout the remainder of the season?
So that goes back to what I was saying before. The ongoing testing needed to be formalized, which is why we've done every 2 weeks, this specific group of markets is tested for. And
were other jurisdictions impacted by this?
Yes. I believe it was 11 other states that we accepted wagers in.
And was there disciplinary action in connection with those other states' investigations?
Yes, I believe 4 other states with disciplinary action against BetMGM for the offering.
And like the NCAA college player prop wagers, how were customers treated as a result of this error by BetMGM?
Same approach to handling customers. Winning wagers were allowed to let stand. Losing wagers, original stake was refunded to customers.
And I'm going to talk a little bit about remedial measures. As we discussed before, has the configuration been fixed that was the root cause of this?
Yes, been fixed by making the setting in on for all leagues and all events at all times, essentially.
And you talked earlier about this as well, but just to emphasize in connection with this particular incident, have you revised your testing and reviewing procedures as a result of this?
Yes, probably the biggest takeaway from all of these violations is improved testing. We have that every 2-week testing by sportsbook operations for these particular markets. And then we also do the recurring reviews ahead of league seasons. But this one, as I said, we have every 2 weeks, this specific market is being tested for. So you catch it much sooner.
And the additional technology you mentioned earlier, the prohibited market checker, I think you referred to it as, that will be something that will be implemented for this market as well going forward.
Yes, soccer will certainly be in the front end checker as well.
And in connection with this incident and the root cause, was any employee disciplined as a result of it?
No, same answer as the last one. It was no intentional or fraudulent conduct, so we focused on improvement versus discipline.
So you talked about some improved technology. You talked about improved processes and procedures. Did BetMGM do anything else from a mitigation perspective?
Once we identified these two violations and the scope of them, we decided as a company to voluntarily retain GLI to conduct an audit. That audit had 2 components to it. GLI reviewed our policies and procedures around event and market compliance. And then they also did a historical review of some 23 million wagers that BetMGM had taken from launch through the time of the audit to find any instances of non-compliance. We essentially wanted to ensure that there were no latent issues and that everything that may have been done wrong to that point was identified and fixed as soon as possible. And then, of course, relayed to the MGC if we found anything.
And what did GLI's audit end up concluding? The 2 parts.
So with respect to policies and procedures, GLI found that BetMGM was essentially consistent with industry standards, and they did not find gaps or provide any guidance on things that we needed to change in terms of our policies and procedures. In terms of the historical review, GLI found a few things that resulted in the other violations that are in front of the commission today. They found the Belarus wagers as well as the NIT wagers and NCAA women's basketball wagers. And then a concurrent audit by BetMGM uncovered the Glory kickboxing.
So if you had the right procedures in place, then how did these events occur?
I think all 6 of these violations occurred because of unintentional manual error. We dedicate a lot of resources as a company, to dedicate a lot of time and attention to being compliant in these areas. But at a certain point, somewhere along the chain, there are humans doing work, pressing buttons, inputting information. And unfortunately, some mistakes were made in that process. So I believe that is why there could be strong policies and procedures that are consistent with industry practices, but still some mistakes occur.
And just going back to the GLI audit, that wasn't required or ordered by any jurisdiction to be done, correct?
No, that was entirely voluntary. And BetMGM's thinking, in addition to the general idea of uncovering any latent issues, was we had worked with GLI as part of the pre-launch process in Massachusetts. We knew they were familiar with the Massachusetts regulations and standards and how the commission worked and wanted things. So they were the first to come to mind for who we wanted to work with to make sure everything was appropriate.
Okay. I want to turn now to the third incident out of the 6, which are the Belarusian league wagers. Do you know when BetMGM first became aware of these incidents?
That was in June of 2024. via the GLI audit.
And after that was discovered, how long did it take for BetMGM to address the issue that resulted in that?
I think we found it same day. We learned of the issues on June 10th, I believe, and within 24 hours, it was, or within one work day, it was all corrected and the markets were turned off.
And as we discussed with the previous two violations, what was the total wagers and stake involved here?
This was 2,221 wagers for $22,324.14.
In this case, though, did it involve two different types of wagers, both single wagers and parlays?
Yes, that's right. So 198 of those wagers were single wagers, and 2,023 were parlays.
And once that was investigated, when did the company report that to the sports wagering division?
The final report with the root cause analysis was June 26th, I believe is when we reported that one.
Sure. And are you aware of the restriction on the Belarusian and Russian leagues?
Yes. So this is a restriction that trading compliance identified during the pre-launch process. We were aware that it was in the Massachusetts wagering catalog. And indeed, we had documented the restriction in the within the sports activation tracker in the more general section, and had marked several specific Russian and Belarusian leagues as unapproved, as a no. Unfortunately, what happened in this case was within those many hundreds to thousands of leagues that are in the sports activation tracker, I believe it was 5 of them. 5 Belarusian leagues were mistakenly marked as approved by compliance when they should have been marked as unapproved. And then the trading department followed those instructions and turned those leagues on in Massachusetts.
So was this issue due to a problem with the sports activation tracker or any technology?
No, it was no technology issues. It was essentially a data entry issue, a documentation issue within the compliance department.
And now, as we talked about this again, the amount of time that these wagers were allowed on the platform is, I'll say not insignificant. Can you tell us why that is the case and how come this wasn't caught?
Yeah, so this was a case where we put a lot of effort as a group at the trading compliance department into that pre-launch process. We have a lot of people and resources dedicated to documenting the restrictions properly. But we perhaps relied too heavily on that, and also may have unintentionally placed too much weight on one individual's work instead of having enough checks and balances, or at least formal implemented checks and balances. So yeah, it should have been caught sooner via ongoing checks or recurring audit of that work. But again, that's something we've learned a little bit from this matter.
And in connection with these wagers, were other jurisdictions impacted?
Yes, to some extent. We did offer Belarusian leagues in two other states. It was very similar root cause, but the Massachusetts entries in the tracker were independent.
Sure. And was the company disciplined in connection with the offering of those in other states?
Yes, I believe one state did issue a relatively small fine for that.
And as we talked about with the other 3 wagers, how are customers treated as a result of BetMGM's mistake?
Same approach. Winning wagers stood and losing wagers were refunded.
So this incident obviously had a different root cause. Can you talk about the remedial measures that were taken as a result of this incident?
So this, yes, indeed, this was within the compliance department where the error was made. Whenever an error happens within the trading compliance department, we will cover that in our recurring meetings. As I said, most days we meet 2 days a week as a group, morning and afternoon. Within 24 hours to 48 hours of anything like this happening, we have a discussion as a group about it. We'll go over the proper procedure and discuss as a group often what went wrong and how we could do better moving forward. So that certainly happened here as a matter of improvement and re-education for the group and those involved. Beyond that, we instituted a full audit of the sports activation tracker, which was a very comprehensive undertaking. As those that have seen it know, it's quite a large document, and we reviewed each line of the document to ensure that every single data point in there was accurate. And that was a two-step process. There was at least four eyes on any particular entry, with a process for escalating any concerns that anybody had or any inconsistencies. So full audit of the sports activation tracker. And we also implemented a better, more formalized, we call it like a secondary review process for regulatory directives on events and markets. That means that in addition to one analyst or one team member reviewing any regulations or directives and documenting that in the tracker, we now have a second independent person review that directive and check that it was documented properly in the tracker. So there's a check and balance to any entry in the sports activation tracker now, and any questions or inconsistencies is escalated to management within the trading compliance department. So minimum of 2 sets of eyes on any directive data entry. So I believe those were our main remediation measures.
And since those issues have been identified, have you had any other issues with the Belarusian leagues?
We have not, no.
And a similar question to the last two incidents. Obviously, this was a manual error. Was there any discipline in connection with the employee that was involved here?
No, very much an unintentional mistake and focused on re-education and improvement.
So I'm going to talk about the last three incidents, but before we get there, I thought it might be helpful for you to explain having these four incidents, the Belarus incident, and then the remaining three, all having come out of the GLI audit. They're reported at different times to the sports wagering division. I was hopeful that you could provide a little bit of insight as to that.
Absolutely. So the GLI historical review was a substantial undertaking that took a lot of time for them, and it was an interactive process as well. We were in communication with GLI, whether it was exchanging documents, providing data points to them, or just receiving their feedback on what they were doing, what they were reviewing. Around June 10th, they alerted us that GLI alerted BetMGM that they had found these Belarusian wagers. And as I said before, it was over 2,000 wagers. So it was something that stood out enough in their review to that point that they could confidently tell BetMGM that this issue had occurred. BetMGM was able to investigate internally and verify that indeed we had taken bets, and we felt it prudent at the time to tell the commission that that we had accepted the impermissible wagers. At that time, we believed, and NGLI believed, that this was the full extent of the findings. As we know from the other matters, there were significantly smaller in terms of number of bets, incidents that were uncovered with 13 bets on the NIT and 12 on an NCAA women's match. So those were revealed later. And once we got the full GLI audit and also completed our internal sports activation tracker audit, we jointly reported those findings along with sharing the GLI audit results with the MGC at a later date.
So I'm going to turn now to those three last incidents, and starting with the Glory kickboxing. How did you become aware of that matter?
This was discovered through that internal sports activation tracker audit. While doing that review, trading compliance uncovered that Glory kickboxing was mistakenly marked as approved when it should have been marked as not approved in Massachusetts.
And this was done in parallel alongside the GLI audit, correct?
Yes, it was really prompted. Once GLI alerted us to the Belarus offering, we saw that we should review the SAT as well.
And do you know how long that this particular the Glory Kickboxing League was offered?
It was, I believe, activated since launch. I think we accepted bets between June 2023 and 2024 on it.
And can you repeat, I think you mentioned this earlier, just the total wagers and stake involved here?
Yes, it was 106 total wagers for $576.82.
And again, were the breakdown here between single bets and parlay bets?
Yes, 27 were single wagers and 79 were parlay wagers.
And just to confirm, when was this reported to the Sports Wagering Division?
This was reported, the final report was submitted, I believe, on September 17th, which is at the same time as the GLI audit results and the other two incidents.
And can you tell us why this incident occurred, or why this market was offered on the platform?
This root cause extremely similar to the Belarus one, where it's simply improper documentation by the compliance department. I know Mr. Murphy referenced the potential that an employee had been looking at a prior version of the catalog. That very well may be the case, but at the end of the day, it was just improper documentation by the compliance department. We should have been using the final version and marking that as a no.
So it's safe to say we're not blaming anybody on the commission, correct?
No, far from it. Yeah, that is. We had the final version, and we, should have marked it no. Yeah.
And again, we've covered this before, but obviously this went for a period of time here, almost a year. Why wasn't it caught during that time period?
It's truly the same answer as the Belarusian incident. We relied perhaps too heavily in hindsight on our pre-launch setup, which we've learned may not be 100%. And also we bolstered that secondary review process to avoid this from happening in the first instance. So just something that those ongoing checks needed to be formalized a bit as we've learned from these violations.
And were other jurisdictions impacted as a result of this?
No, this was isolated to Massachusetts.
And again, how were customers treated as a result of BetMGM's mistake here?
Same answer on that one. Winning bets stood and losing bets were refunded.
And can you walk through what has been done in order to address the root cause of this particular incident?
Yeah, the acute fix was changing the sports activation tracker and removing the league. And then long term, we were, this was part of the discovery, was also part of the corrective action, I'd say, where we're fully auditing the sports activation tracker to catch issues just like this. And then that secondary review process certainly applies here, in addition to direct re-education with the team and discussion of best practices.
And are you aware of any other issues involving the Glory Kickboxing League?
No other issues.
And again, we have a manual error that occurred here. Was there any discipline for any employees?
No, same answer on that. No intentional or fraudulent conduct here, just re-education.
So I'm going to turn now to the NCAA men's NIT player props issue. Mm-hmm. And how did you become aware of this issue?
GLI revealed these bets during their final audit report to BetMGM.
And you recall how long these were offered for?
This was only offered for one particular day. I think it was March 28th, 2023.
And what was the total wagers and handle involved here?
13 wagers for $469.10.
And when was this reported to the Sports Wagering Division?
This was fully reported along with on September 17th when we submitted the GLI audit results.
And can you explain why this occurred?
So this was a historical configuration issue that predated BetMGM. An Entain operator had set up the NIT as a standalone professional basketball event, when the proper thing to do, especially in the United States jurisdictions, is to set it up as a tournament within the NCAA league, NCAA basketball league. By creating it as a professional event, it kind of starts a cascade of things in the system where it receives the professional basketball markets at that point. So that since player props are allowed in professional basketball in Massachusetts, those markets were not blacklisted in Massachusetts and indeed were offered on the NIT tournament.
At the end of the day, though, this is still the responsibility of BetMGM, correct?
Yes, this one is was a little bit of an unfortunate situation where it was a historical configuration, but BetMGM ultimately takes responsibility for all 6 violations.
And did this issue affect any other jurisdictions?
Yes, it did. We offered the NIT in 6 states, or offered these player props on the NIT in 6 states where we were not permitted.
And in connection with those matters, was there any discipline in any of the other states?
BetMGM received 1 dismissal via warning letter, and then one fine as well.
And we talked about this before, and I know this was only something that occurred on a single day, but how was this not, I guess, caught, except for through this audit?
Yeah, this one is a little trickier. Honestly, it was a one-time offering on a standalone event from a historical configuration. So it would need to be through some recurring checks, really, of the back end configuration. This is also why we're investing in technologies that can automatically check, because candidly, it would be very difficult for a human to have been at the right place at the right time to catch this one. It's very time-sensitive offering. So hopefully that automation is the best solution moving forward.
And were customers treated the same way that they were in connection with the previously discussed wagers?
Yes, that's correct.
And what remedial measures were taken as a result of this incident?
We deleted, made obsolete the professional version of the NIT tournament, recreated the tournament properly as an NCAA event, and then ran targeted quality assurance ahead of the 2025 NIT tournament. So we had people on the site right when it went live checking to make sure it was not including prohibited markets.
And have you been running those QA checks in connection with other major college sporting events that would prohibit this type of wagers?
Yes, this was a postseason NCAA event. That is one of our key moments to run quality assurance checks is NCAA basketball postseason.
Okay. And again, this one involved a setting from years before BetMGM was utilizing the Entain platform. So I'm assuming there wasn't any discipline of any employees in connection with this.
Yeah, that's exactly right. No specific discipline for any employees.
Just moving on to the last incident, the NCAA women's basketball player props from 2024. Do you know when BetMGM first became aware of this?
So we learned of this essentially when we received the GLI audit results. We learned of it when we received the GLI audit results.
And how long was this offered for?
This again was a one-day offering. This one was in April of 2024.
And what were the wagers in handle here?
12 wagers for $208.34.
And when was this reported to the Sports Wagering Division?
Also on September 17th when we jointly reported these incidents and the GLI audit results.
And can you talk about sort of what the root cause of this incident was?
Yes, this was a manual error by a BetMGM trader. The event was a women's Elite Eight game. It actually involved Iowa and Caitlin Clark, and it was a particularly high visibility time for NCAA women's basketball. And the trader was attempting to offer some additional markets that customers would hopefully enjoy for a more highly publicized NCAA women's event. So whenever a trader wants to add a market to the standard offering for a sport, they have to assign what we call a market template to that event. In this instance, the trader used the incorrect market template. So the specific market was a player to score 30 or more points. We have that market both for professional basketball and for college basketball, but we have two different versions of it because the restrictions are different. Some states would allow that in college, but not in pro. Massachusetts is one of those states. So the trader must use the NCAA version of that particular market template, and unfortunately use the professional version, which was enabled in Massachusetts, and that led to the unapproved offering.
Thanks. So market template is a new term that you're using here in connection with this incident. Can you just give a little bit more background about what that is?
Yeah, so it's a data point, a data entry. I think it's best explained through an example, perhaps. So there's a market template with a unique ID, 5 or 6 digit ID for a money line market, let's say for the NFL or for professional football. And that all a trader needs to do to offer a money line for a specific event is assign that template ID to that particular event, or they assign it to a league so it applies to all of those events. This removes the need to create that money line market manually every time they want to offer it for a particular event. And the key benefit of using market templates is that they need to be configured in terms of blacklisting just one time, and then that blacklisting will apply anytime that market template is used. So this is really a key feature of our system that removes manual steps in the name of compliance, really, to reduce risk of unapproved offerings.
Okay. And did this? So I guess at the end of the day, if the trader had used the proper NCAA version of this, and I think this is what Mr. Murphy said as well, then it would not have been offered in Massachusetts, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, the NCAA version of that particular template had been disabled for Massachusetts. It had been blacklisted, so it would not have appeared on the Massachusetts site.
Okay. And did this happen in any other state, any other jurisdictions?
Yes, this was 9 other states. BetMGM offered these props.
And was there any disciplinary action in connection with any of those other states?
BetMGM received 3 fines and 1 warning letter in response to these violations.
And similar question that we talked about with the other incidents, why wasn't this one caught?
So this, once again, is, I think this is really the perfect example of where the front-end checker comes into play. Because a trader was trying to do the right thing for the customers in the sense of offering new content, but in order to manually catch the error, somebody needs to be on the site looking at this particular game at the exact moment the trader posted it. That's impossible nearly to get consistently. But through automation, we can have this front-end checker that we're developing continuously checking all markets on the site, including this one, and comparing it to the market database. If it was in place at the time, BetMGM compliance and trading would be immediately flagged to the fact that this market had been posted and could address it before any customer could see the market, really. So that is, it would have been challenging to catch with ongoing manual QA, but we believe automated QA might be the right solution for it.
And in connection with these wagers from the customer perspective, how were customers treated?
Same scenario, winning bets stood and losing bets were refunded stayed.
And in connection with this incident, have you taken any specific remedial measures?
We have the development of the front end checkers, bigger picture remedial measure, but knowing that it was a risk area and a manual process, the trading department put in their procedure document very distinct call out that highlights the need to use the NCAA version of a market when applying player props for college sports. And those markets are specifically, say, NCAA in the trading tool. So we've taken those additional steps to reduce risk of a manual error happening again. And the traders would have been re-educated on that new process.
Great. And again, here, in connection with the employee that was involved, was there any discipline?
No intentional conduct. It was purely a re-education focus.
Chair, that's all I have for Mr. Walder.
Thank you. Diligently taking notes over here. Trying to make sure I've got my head around it. Commissioners, well, wait, let me first give the opportunity for the IEB.
Thank you. Mr. Walder has already subjected himself to many hours of the IEB's questioning with exhibits. I believe we have exhibits, I just want to point out to the commission, 28 through 33 of Mr. Walder's interview, which covers anything that I would ask him in a cross-examination. So no further questions for him.
All right, thank you, Councilor Kennedy. So commissioners, I see Commissioner O'Brien's mute button is off.
I do not to prolong you having to speak to us, Mr. Walder, but you several times Attorney Nozel asked you about disciplinary action in other states, and you gave sort of summaries of a certain number of states or a range of type, like fine versus letter pushes, whatever. I'm curious to get more information on those, sort of for each of the six. What were the jurisdictions? What was the actual monetary fine and or any other disciplinary action? And whether Attorney Nozel, some of that is privilege and needs to go in private session, I defer to you.
Commissioner, I think some of it may be confidential, so that would be something to talk in private session. Another way we potentially could deal with this, and I'll ask Attorney Coleman maybe his opinion on this as well, not having the benefit of being in the room together, but it is possible maybe there's a document we could submit to you if that's helpful and maybe efficient. But Jeremy, I don't know if you have any opinion on that.
Yeah, we could certainly prepare and submit a document to you outlining all of the fines and penalties. But I do agree with Jed. Some of this might be public based on public hearings and fines that have been published, but some of it is confidential.
Right.
And,
okay.
Commissioner O'Brien, I can also direct your attention to the report as footnotes for each violation that indicates which jurisdictions there were violations also in for each of these non-compliance events.
And does that also list the monetary amounts and or the letters that give? Sounds like there were letters of reprimand potentially as well. I'm looking for the details.
It does not provide that. That's what the BetMGM can provide.
Okay.
Yeah, we could provide you with essentially a chart.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
That might be the best way, and then we can deal with on the back end if there are confidentiality issues.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. If that's fine with everyone else.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And the one jurisdiction that gave the fine on the Belarusian was the real what I had in my head. But as far as my questions went, I'm sure it's publicly available. Commissioners, any further questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Walder. We appreciate it.
Of course.
All right, Attorney Nozel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just keep people up to speed on kind of where we are. I have, a few questions I'd like to call Gabe Muniz from GLI to answer. Then I'll go back to Sarah for just a question, and then we should be ready to close.
All right, thank you. Hello, Gabe.
Hello.
And feel free to move forward, Mr. Nozel.
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Muniz, and I hope I have the pronunciation correct.
Yes, that's good.
Thank you.
Muniz.
Can you please let the commission know, I think, or remind them of your current job and where you work?
Yeah, my name is Gabriel Muniz. I work for GLI, Gaming Laboratories International. The office that I work in is located in Wheat Ridge, Colorado, and I'm a senior engineering manager.
And can you just generally describe GLI's work in the sports betting sector?
GLI is an independent test lab. We're licensed by the various state regulatory bodies such as the MGC, and we perform certification testing and issue reports for all the operators and the technology suppliers to operate in those jurisdictions.
And can you provide a little more description of what a senior manager at GLI does? What are your job responsibilities?
Yes. So I oversee a team of 20 to 25 engineers spread out between the Vegas and Colorado offices. And my team, their primary focus is testing sports wagering systems for US markets. My team works directly with the suppliers such as BetMGM to ensure that their software meets the requirements of the states where they want to operate.
And how long have you been doing this at GLI?
So I've been working at GLI for more than 20 years now, since 2005. I've been a manager of the sportsbook team for just over 6 years, since 2019.
So in your testimony earlier today, so in March of 2024, was GLI engaged to perform audits for BetMGM?
Yes, that is correct.
And can you describe those audits?
Yes, there was basically 2 separate audits that were requested by BetMGM, and the other individuals kind of touched on this in their testimony. The first one was a historical audit of all the wagers that were placed in Massachusetts since the market launched in January of 2023. And the purpose of that audit was basically to determine how many bets were placed on events and or markets that should have been prohibited based on the Massachusetts catalog. And then the second audit that GLI was asked to perform was essentially a desk audit of the BetMGM procedures and internal controls that were related to the process of approving and allowing event wagering. And the purpose of that audit was to determine if their procedures kind of met the standard practices and that also adhere to Massachusetts standards.
So elaborating a little bit more on the second audit you just described, and commissioners, that's I believe at Exhibit 19 of your documents. Can you describe what was reviewed and audited in connection with that?
Yes, BetMGM provided us all of the Entain and BetMGM trading procedures. This was basically just internal control documentation that outlined all the processes included for event acceptance and market creation. And then in addition to those trading procedures, they also provided us with all of their compliance procedures and guidelines, including the state-specific restrictions that were applicable for Massachusetts.
And as a result of the review of that, did you produce a report?
Yes, the report was dated June 10th, 2024, and that was provided to BetMGM.
And what was the conclusion of that report?
So GLI's conclusion of that report, we had reviewed all of the documentation and internal control procedures provided by BetMGM, and we didn't find any evidence of any gaps in their procedures that would result in the acceptance of prohibited wagers.
So based on the audit conducted by GLI, we can conclude that BetMGM's policies and procedures met the regulatory requirements of the Massachusetts Gaming
Yes, that's correct.
Were there any areas of concern regarding BetMGM's policies and procedures for placing wagers identified as a result of that audit?
No areas of concern were identified by GLI.
So if a company has policies and procedures that conform to a jurisdiction's requirements, how do we end up in a situation like this where violations occur?
Well, like it's been touched on in the testimony, the previous testimony that we've heard, sports wagering operations are very dependent on custom configurations and manual processes. The software alone cannot execute every decision that needs to be made to ensure that 100% of all prohibited wagers or offerings are not made available to the players. And whenever manual processes are being used in some form, it does introduce the potential for some human error.
So I'm going to turn to I'm going to call it the wager audit that was performed by BetMGM. Can you describe that audit?
Yeah, so the wager audit, for the wager audit, GLI was asked to review historical data for all bets that were placed in Massachusetts since market launch in January 2023. And like I said, the purpose of that was to determine how many of those bets were placed on events or markets that should have been prohibited. For that audit, BetMGM provided us with data for every bet placed from January 2023 to March 2024, which covered approximately a 15-month period. And there was roughly $23 million or 23 million total wagers placed during that time. The steps that were taken on GLI's side is that we cross-referenced all of this wager data against the Massachusetts sports catalogs that were in place at that time. Oh, sorry, I'm getting a little bit of feedback there. Those catalogs, as has been discussed, outline all the event types and leagues that are allowed for wagering in Massachusetts. To be clear, BetMGM did not provide GLI, even though we were aware that they had performed their own internal investigation. BetMGM did not provide GLI with any details about their own internal findings prior to us conducting our audit, because we wanted it to be completely independent.
And I think you mentioned this, but how many wagers were covered under that audit?
It was approximately 23 million total for the 15-month period.
And you heard a lot of testimony today about sort of what was uncovered as part of the GLI audit. Can you just summarize the general findings of that audit?
Yeah, we basically identified what we considered four categories of prohibited wagers. I know that other testimony there been mention of 6 categories, but it sounds like maybe some of our categories were lumped together, where we're lumping men's and women's college sports into just one category. But the 4 categories that we identified were individual college player prop bets, and the second category were bets involving college teams in Massachusetts. The third category was the Russian and Belarusian bets. And then the fourth category were bets related to officiating, or specifically the soccer card bets that have been discussed. In addition to the 4 categories of bets that we identified that should have been prohibited, there was also a portion of the data that GLI was not able to draw any conclusions about. For those items, for those data points, we flagged them and we provided that information back to BetMGM so that they could then investigate those bets on their own.
Thank you. And do you know how the total number of what the number of total unauthorized bets were revealed by the audit?
GLI identified 19,878 bets during the 15-month period that the audit covered.
And do you know what percentage of total bets were the unauthorized bets out of that 23 million?
This represented less than 0.1% of the total 23 million bets.
And are you aware if GLI has conducted similar audits for other sports wagering operators?
To my knowledge, GLI has not conducted an audit such as this for any other jurisdictions or any other sports wagering operators.
And did you also produce a report in connection with these findings?
Yes, we had a second report as well for these findings, and that one was provided. The date was July 24th, 2024.
And commissioners, just for reference, that's found at Exhibit 20. So I don't have any further questions for Mr. Muniz.
Thank you, Attorney Nozel. Counselor Kennedy.
Yes, I just have, excuse me, just one quick question. If I could direct your attention to what we have as marked, the report, the July report, the audit results. I'm going to just share a screen quickly if I could. All right. Here we have the evaluation findings from the audit for processes. We've spoken before. Would you like an opportunity to clarify this language here? For the Massachusetts
Which
process?
one are you referring to?
The evaluation findings. You indicate that the Massachusetts procedure audit regarding accuracy, completeness, and adherence to the procedural policies for Massachusetts sports wagering processes and practices standards, GLI has reviewed all documentation and did not find any gaps in between the procedures. Okay.
Yeah. So I know that when we discussed this and we kind of outlined GLI's role in this audit, I do agree that probably including the word adherence is maybe a bit inaccurate, or does not really represent what GLI is able to do. We were able to review the procedures and internal controls, all these documents that were outlined here, and we were ensuring that they met the standard practices that should be in place in order to identify prohibited events and wagers that would be offered to the patrons. But we really can't make any statements about whether or not the BetMGM employees, operations employees, actually adhered to the policies that were written.
Understood. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Counselor Kennedy. Commissioners, questions? I saw Commissioner O'Brien and Broder went off at the same time, so I'm going to defer to Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioner O'Brien.
Just one quick question for you, Mr. Muniz, which is the information you gave back to MGM. I don't know if you've been on the hearing and heard everything. And so I'm going to assume you weren't, and I'm just going to ask you whether they got back to you at all on what they found internally, the data that you couldn't make sense of that you then gave to them to analyze. Did you ever hear back from them?
No, they did. They did let us know that our findings were consistent with some of their own internal investigation, and that some of the items that we identified, they did tell us that some of the items that we identified were new to them, as Alex referenced earlier. Mm-hmm. But never at any point did they tell us what their final numbers were, or how they were going to follow up on what we found.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioner Broder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, if adherence wasn't an appropriate term to put in the report, how did it make its way into the report?
This was a one-of-one report. We didn't, for a lot of our reports that we provide, we try to maintain consistency, and we deliver, a similar looking report style and feel for every market, every operator that we do this for. This one just didn't have a precedence, and probably when we were including that language, just didn't really consider the impact of that specific word.
As I know, the industry relies on you, but the regulators also rely on you, so that it's not a capital offense, Lord knows, but more attention to that would be helpful, because that is that is an important word, right? That left an inaccurate impression. It's very relevant to what we're talking about today.
Certainly, and after discussing that with Mr. Kennedy and realizing that mistake made it into our report, we did indicate that if GLI needed to issue a update to that report to remove that statement, we certainly would, if the MGC would like us to do so.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brodeur, I will just to clarify, BetMGM is only offering that report to show that the policies and procedures that were reviewed met the Massachusetts standard. We did not ask GLI to do an independent investigation of the underlying conduct or whether employees met those. So I just want to be clear about what we asked for, and what we're presenting that report to is to give you assurance that this was not a problem with the policies and procedures. As we've testified,
sure,
these were human mistakes. Yep.
Understood. Appreciate the clarification.
Commissioners, any further questions? Mr. Nozel, did you have any redirect?
I don't. I do want to recall Sarah Brennan.
All right. So if there's nothing further from Mr. Muniz, we will move on back to Ms. Brennan. All right. Feel free to proceed, Attorney Nozel.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sarah, for coming back. I thought it would be helpful after all the testimony for you to come back and talk sort of comprehensively about the remedial measures that BetMGM has taken as a result of these incidents. And can you summarize, I think, in summary form, those steps that have been taken?
Yes, absolutely. And, as we've testified, Alex and myself, and even just clarified with respect to the GLI report, you can have your T's crossed and your I's dotted on paper, and procedurally things may still go wrong and humans may still make mistakes. But BetMGM's approach with respect to implementing remedial measures has been robust. And we have, as Alex indicated in his testimony, implemented acute solutions. And we have also evaluated longer-term solutions to mitigate risk of recurrence. I'm going to run through, in summary form, as Jed indicated, what we've done. First and foremost, we've made our patrons whole. We expect that to be complete in the next day or so. We got an update this morning, actually, that for all 6 issues, patrons who bet and won will keep their winnings. Patrons who bet and lost are being refunded their stakes as directed by IEB. Secondly, and most significantly for the first 2 incidents that occurred, we removed that requirement that the configuration parameter be elected independently for each SGP market. So we no longer require any additional step following confirmation from Sportcast that an event is blacklisted. As Alex indicated, we implemented a secondary review process for all industry directives and blacklisting, and that was specifically to address Belarusian and the Glory kickboxing. incidents where a human misinterpreted or mismarked the sports activation tracker. But now there's a secondary review, so 2 individuals independently review those requirements and ensure that the SAT is marked correctly. We corrected the designation of NIT tournaments as collegiate instead of professional, and we added an additional reminder for traders to only use NCAA-specific market templates for NCAA events. We deleted markets that are no longer accurate, so you can't even make that choice. As Alex indicated, we enhanced the supplemental review of blacklistings and prohibited markets, and now we audit NCAA leagues, again, as Alex indicated, before the beginning of the season, but also ahead of any significant sporting events, including during playoffs and tournaments. The BetMGM Sportsbook operations team is doing quality assurance checks every 2 weeks, which is an established cadence now for audits, whereas previously one did not exist. And they're reviewing NCAA and card markets, both for main and our same game parlay offerings. Again, we initiated this GLI audit. I remember the call that we were on where we said, we have to do something, and we have to do something major. Let's do this historical look back. Let's do this comprehensive audit of every wager we have taken in Massachusetts since launch, and let's look under the rug. That's a painful exercise to do, as you can imagine, to really expose yourself to additional violations. But we did it because it's the right thing to do. And we uncovered these additional issues and were able to self-report them, but also course correct to prevent future recurrence of additional errors. And finally, this front end checker, I called it transformative previously in my testimony, but it really is. This will, our hope is that establishing this database, which our trading compliance team is currently doing, and then being able to process this information through an API, which is scrubbing the front end of our patron-facing site, will prevent any prohibited markets from being available to Massachusetts patrons and patrons in all of our jurisdictions, and mitigate risk of future recurrence. This hasn't existed before, and as Alex indicated, sometimes you just have to build it yourself. We didn't know what we didn't know. We didn't know that blacklisting at times fails if you don't know that another parameter needs to be ticked off to prevent a market from being visible to a patron on the website. But now we know. And so we have invested significant resources, not only within BetMGM, but also at Entain, to work on this database and to establish this API front-end tracker, which will flag almost immediately a prohibited market from being, as it's offered on the website, but also it'll continue to flag it until it's removed. There is no bypassing this. You can't ignore the flag. You can't ignore the warning. Someone must take action on the fact that this has been flagged as an impermissible market that is available. This will solve for a few things. One is just the fundamental prohibited wager being available on the site, but it'll also address the time delays. We recognize here that these issues were not caught for a significant amount of time. There is no excuse for that other than we didn't have processes and procedures in place to catch them in real time. This will solve for that. This automated solution, again, we're hopeful will solve a lot of problems, but it doesn't replace what we will be doing in the meantime. We're not going to stop doing the QA checks. We're not going to stop doing the biweekly checks. Trading compliance will still be doing manual reviews until we're certain that this is a fail-safe approach to preventing impermissible wagers on our site. As you can see, we've approached this in a multifaceted way. We've invested resources across the entire business into preventing future recurrence of issues. And, we are apologetic that this happened to begin with. We operate with integrity and commitment to compliance, and we apologize for these 6 violations having occurred, but we are fully invested in doing better in the future.
Thanks, Sarah. I don't have any further questions.
Thought you were purposely letting me hang on there, Counselor. All right. The emphasis was noted. IEB, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. Commissioners, any questions as to Ms. Brennan's additional testimony? All right. Thank you, Ms. Brennan. Okay, so we're going to move on to closing statements, but first I want to make sure. Commissioners, do we have any additional questions for any of the witnesses who have testified today? All right, I'm seeing none. Would the IEB like to make a closing statement?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, Nate, just before I just want to make sure that we're going to leave the record open in order to receive the information that Commissioner O'Brien has asked for regarding the penalties in other jurisdictions.
We will do that.
Thank you.
I'll address that after these statements.
Thank you. I'll just be very brief. I believe that we've comprehensively covered these violations today, but I did want to just offer first thanks to the chair and commissioners for hearing us today. Thank you to CEC Kramer and Kevin Murphy for their work on this. They really began this investigation, but a special thanks also to the BetMGM team. As I stated in my opening, they have been extremely transparent and responsive to all of the IEB's inquiries. And a special thanks to Joseph Caputi, who's the Senior Regulatory Counsel. He's responded to every inquiry I've made. I don't believe he's on the call today, but I did want to specifically highlight his work on this with me. As I stated in my opening, we are asking the Commission to find that MGM has violated Massachusetts general laws and the Code of Massachusetts regulations in a variety of chapters, sections. We've stated those. I'm not going to specifically outline them again. They are referenced in the IAB's report, and they've been testified to here today. But BetMGM did allow wagers on NCAA college football player props, soccer penalty cards, Belarusian leagues and teams, the men's national invitational tournament, the women's NCAA basketball player prop wagers, as well as Glory Kickboxing League. BetMGM has stipulated to the IEB's report, as well as our findings, and has, as you've heard today, taken full responsibility for these violations. You've heard the steps that BetMGM took to understand the nature of these violations, the scope of the violations, as well as the steps that BetMGM has undertaken to remediate these violations from happening again. And at this point, we believe that through the exhibits that we've offered today, the testimony of Kevin Murphy, as well as the IEB's investigative report, that we've given the Commission the ability to assess potential disciplinary measures or to order further remediation measures that they may deem fit. So with that, I will yield to Mr. Nozel, but thank you again, everyone, for your time today.
Thank you, Counselor. Attorney Nozel, would BetMGM like to make a closing statement?
I would. I'll try to be brief as well, Chair. I know it's been a long day. I want to, in the spirit of Attorney Kennedy's remarks, thank the IEB for its work, its time that it's spent on this, and certainly producing a comprehensive report that we've been able to rely on as the primary facts that the Commission is relying on in this case, as well as all the exhibits and the testimony that you heard today. So as you head into deliberations, there are a few aspects of today's hearing I want you to consider. First, as Sarah Brennan testified, BetMGM has a robust compliance program. It's staffed with talented leaders and employees that strive to ensure BetMGM's platform operates consistent with each jurisdiction's laws, rules, and regulations. Next, you heard about the robust process to launch in a new jurisdiction, including a comprehensive blacklisting procedure designed to prevent wagers that are prohibited in a jurisdiction. You also heard from Alex Balder that these processes were followed in Massachusetts. The prohibited markets were identified, and it was confirmed that they would not be offered by BetMGM's technology provider, Entain, and its third-party data provider, Sportscast. NCAA college football player props and penalty card markets were all properly identified as prohibited in Massachusetts. You also heard, though, that BetMGM's platform required an additional configuration that, at the time, needed to be set manually to ensure that a sportscast prohibited market was not allowed on the BetMGM platform. The step was unknown to BetMGM and not flagged for the Entang engineers. The outcome was regrettable, but not intentional, and the root cause has been eliminated. This manual configuration is no longer required, and it will not be an issue going forward. These prohibited markets were also available, some of them, for an extended period of time until detected by notification, in some cases by the division staff. Again, regrettable but not intentional, and most importantly, not acceptable to BetMGM. As Sarah explained, new controls have been initiated to check for prohibited markets more often and at the beginning of the season. Alex detailed those as well. In addition, BetMGM is also implementing a new tool that will help identify any prohibited markets being offered in close or to almost real time to ensure mistakes are caught much, much earlier, if not simultaneously. The remaining violations, aside from the college NCAA college football player prop and soccer cards, are all in front of the commission because they were uncovered as a result of a comprehensive review of over 23 million wagers over an almost 15-month period. Each has its own root cause, and many of them, three of them involve very little wagering activity. All were due to human error. Again, regrettable, but not intentional. Steps have been taken in each case to address the root cause. And again, but for these violations being tied to the two matters, the NCAA men's college football player prop and penalty card trading issues through the audit, I would suggest that they typically wouldn't be in front of the commission, but rather have been disposed of at the staff level. The list of remedial measures that Sarah Brennan went through just a few minutes ago demonstrates the seriousness that BetMGM takes with its compliance responsibilities, as well as commitment to always improve. As you know, we've raised some procedural issues in this case regarding the process for reviewing matters for the purposes of assessing a civil administrative penalty. Without even getting to those, and based on the facts that I've presented, BetMGM respectfully requests that the trading incidents in this matter be sent back to the group that looked at them for over a year and be remanded for them to issue a civil administrative penalty if justified in certain cases. In the alternative, BetMGM requests that at least the Belarusian matter, the men's NCAA NIT basketball matter, the women's NCAA basketball matter, and the Glory kickboxing events, all identified through the audit and self-reported, be remanded back for that process. And that in cases that have involved similar treatment or activity by other operators, that BetMGM be treated the same. To the extent that the commission is considering a financial consequence in this case, any payment should be offset by the unintentional nature of these incidents and the significant mitigation that was done in response to these matters. We appreciate your time today. I know it's been a long day and it's a big record, and I thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Attorney Nozel, and well, with the exception of noting that we're going to keep the record open, unless there are any further matters that BetMGM or my fellow commissioners would like to address, we will now conclude this portion of the proceeding. Does anyone have anything further?
Mr. Chairman, super briefly, I think, in terms of keeping the record open, just want to make sure I'm clear. We're doing that for a specific purpose, right? It is not a wide open process.
Commissioner Broder, we actually always keep the record open. So I've kind of been laughing to myself as Attorney Nozel ran for that unmute button earlier because I have a beautiful spiel about keeping the record open that's coming.
I don't want to steal your thunder. I'm good.
Are we good to go on that? Any issues with that, Commissioner Broder? It's pretty much standard practice.
All set.
All right. So the commission will. Commissioner Skinner.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to thank both parties today for the presentation, and in particular, thank BetMGM for their transparency and their open acceptance of responsibility for these violations.
That is a really good note, Commissioner Skinner. I'm glad you added that. The commission will now deliberate about this matter in private and issue a written decision. The proceeding at this point, however, remains open. If at any point during deliberations, the commission determines that further testimonial or documentary evidence is desirable, it may send notice of such and provide instructions as how to proceed. With that said, I reiterate everything Commissioner Skinner just said. Thank you so much for being here, Mr. Murphy, Ms. Brennan, Mr. Walder. I'm missing a few, Gabe, and anyone else who provided testimony today, as well as Mr. Coleman and Councilor Kennedy. We appreciate it. And thank you, Attorney Nozel. Everyone, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Grace, are we going to be moved?
Yep, Commissioners will move you into deliberations.
Sarah, we didn't hear a peep out of the dogs.
You missed it, actually.
Oh.
That break came at the exact right time.
Perfect.
Bye now.
Have a great day, everyone.